Good morning, everybody. How is everybody? Just going to adjust my camera. So today I'm just going to have my camera on and I'm going to be working on my bench so you can get an idea of what I do during the day. So I have a few services that I'll be looking at this moment, and I'm going to have the camera quite high up, but I will be able to answer any questions, and I will be back and forth working on certain watches. And yeah, so it's basically camera's going to be live and you can get to see what I do. So I'm just going to move the camera up. Now, I am working on a 15 caliber Rolex at this moment. Date just quite, oh, it's old. It's rather old. Just stripping it down. Strip it down and place into the cleaning machine. Just taking off the calendar work at the moment. Hi, Saad. How's it going? Would you like to come on, Saad? I'll send you a link if you want to come on. Just doing some random work. So 15 caliber is a rather old Rolex caliber. Now, unfortunately, this watch, somebody has actually engraved some numbers on the base plate, which is naughty. Now, this is usually done when certain companies, I think they still do it now, where they block clean the watches. So they batch clean the watches. So then they tally up the parts to the base plate. And I don't know why they don't just use the serial numbers or just do less watches at a time. But hey, you know, it's all about profit with a lot of the companies. So the left-handed screw, you know it's left-handed when it has 3 notches or 4 notches going down the screw head. So you've got to be very careful. Just taking calendar work off. Go, voila. And then the hour wheel. Kind of pinion is showing signs of rust. Yeah, that's quite rusty. That is pretty rusty, guys. Oh. Sorry, that's rude, that's bad of me. It goes over here. Go over there. Voila. This is a Quartz Seamaster on the side, which I need to finish as well. Quite a lot of grease. Spring here. It's like a floating wheel. It engages the center pinion for the seconds to go around. You have to be very careful to take that wheel off. There's a lot of grease on this movement. Just letting the watch wind down before I start taking it apart. Ratchet screw, ratchet wheel is taken out. Checking the end shake of the barrel. It's quite tight. Now, I don't know if you can see, but it's possible to see. I'll just move my camera. Barrel is here. Got the barrel bush, like a, if you can see how much side shake there is on the barrel. The more side shake there is, the more it will affect the timekeeping, it'll affect the amplitude. Oh, get it better. Sorry, guys, yeah, there's a lot of play, Sard. It's like I'm playing with this bloody camera as well. There we go. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of play in the bush. It's way too much. Also, just where I'm pointing my tweezers, because there's so much play, the ratchet wheel has tilted and starts touching the plate. So where I'm showing you my tweezers, you can see the wear on the plates, because the ratchet wheel, because there's so much play in the bush, will tilt to one side and start rubbing. So that means that we need to change the bush. Also, I need to check the main plate as well, but the bush definitely needs replacing. I'm sure I have one in stock. I'm just gonna have a little look now. So bush is this part. This is a genuine Rolex part. It's got the bush just here. So then we can extract the old bush and then fit the new one in. Probably check the barrel arbor itself because that might have some play in it. There might be one as well. So here's a complete new 15 caliber barrel. So we may also need to change the complete barrel depending on how bad the barrel is. If this barrel is complete, meaning there's a mainspring inside, which I believe there is, then we would need to change over that mainspring most probably because the 1520 mainspring is stronger than the 1570 mainspring, which will be in this barrel because it's slightly, I think it's slightly thicker and longer, which then helps to increase the amplitude, especially on the older calibers. I'll lift up the camera. So this watch is also having replacement hands as well. Yeah, I try and use original parts as much as possible. So as you know, it's getting more and more difficult. Just talking about the wear that I mentioned previously, it's just here. From the ratchet wheel. Take the barrel bridge off. It's then shaken there. I'm not wearing my finger cuts at the moment because the watch is dirty. Just take the lid off. Mainspring we'll throw away. Or we'll give it back to the customer, but it won't be reused. That's the mainspring. Voila! Just going to separate the dial away from the parts. So here. Those go on the bench. Robert, there is a little on the barrel arbor, which is the part that sits in the center of the barrel. It has like a little, how can you say, point that engages, which then holds onto the inner mainspring and winds the watch. Also, when you buy a mainspring, it has a blue side. So if you buy a genuine Rolex mainspring, it actually shows you which side to put it in. You don't really see many watches that have the mainsprings that go, I won't say upside down, but go in an unorthodox way, because that's only in, I believe, in the 2235 caliber off the top of my head. But before you take the mainspring out, you can see which way the mainspring goes in from the barrel arbor, which indicates which way up it goes. This watch is showing quite considerable amount of wear, but then the watch is way over 50 years, so what do you expect? Taking the train bridge off. Yes, very dirty. Oh. Yeah. Oh. There's a lot of hairs in this watch as well. That's no problem, Robert, if you've got any other questions. The noise in the background is my water tester. I think I need to switch it off. Hi, Tim. How are you? How's it going, Tim? Yeah, patience. Yeah. I would say that doing this business, you can learn to have patience. You don't, I do genuinely believe that it's taught, patience. Yeah. I was having this conversation with my partner, Natalie, just talking about how it's so easy to get distracted and how to have patience, how patience can be tested, but distraction is, there's so much going on, you know, in social media, and just going back to the watch, it's got the jewel here for the balance. These always tend to be really dirty, so it's got to make sure that those are nice and clean, because if they're not, then it can affect the timekeeping. And also the new oil that is placed in. Some watchmakers use fixer drop on the jewels to keep the or epilam to keep the oil nice and like a nice and bubble. Just got to take this cool. Sorry guys, I was just taking that call. Right, so the jewel, I'm going to give that a clean before I put it in the basket. Even though the cleaning machine does clean, it's always good to. Hey Lux, how are you? How's it going? So what were you talking about? Yes, distractions. I think I get easily distracted and teaching myself not to. It's like a notification on your phone, or it's very easy to like think, oh, what's that? Like now, just watch that part just ping out, which so I lifted the lid, and the jewel that sits on for the calendar date change decided to wish me well and fly off in the day. So the chance of me finding that is pretty small. So I'm just going to see if it is on my bench. Wish me luck. I don't think I'm finding this jewel, guys. I think it's gone bye-bye. So if you just notice the split second, aha, found it. Wow, that's lucky. We found it. That came out quicker than a clay out of one of those machines when you're shooting. There we go. So that's the jewel that decided to test my patience. So, right, okay. Just going to take the balance shock settings out. Some watchmakers leave them in because depending on the speed of your cleaning machine, you can actually put wear on the balance pivots. But I tend to like the balance pivots to be exposed to the solution to give it that extra clean. So it's a two-piece shock setting. Old blued hairsprings. Just by looking at them, they move. They can easily be manipulated. these old 15 calibers are tanks. You know, they are very reliable if serviced correctly, but very expensive to service though correctly. Because I hear a lot of people say, oh, my Rolex doesn't keep time. The thing is, though, it depends on when it was last serviced and who serviced it. Because majority of people can service a Rolex watch. Majority of watch technicians can service a Rolex watch, but doesn't mean that they're doing a good enough job. So timekeeping can be affected if you don't regulate if you don't service the watch correctly and regulate it correctly in all its positions. So it's all about where you take it as well. So two watchmakers or five watchmakers could watch each other work, and they could criticize each other's work. But what doesn't lie is the return rate. Meaning, has the watch returned with an issue? And if it has, how was that watch sold? How quickly was it sold? What sort of customer service was given to the client? Just got a pallet bridge, pallet screw, pallets. So this is not the usual way that I do strip down a watch, but I'm just doing it so you can see, which probably you can't actually see that well because the camera's not that close. To switch the light off. Now we put the balance back in onto the main plate. This is so the hairspring can be cleaned correctly and not be damaged. Because if you don't put the balance back onto the main plate in the cleaning machine, then the hairspring will get ruined. So you have to put it back in its place, either with or without the shock settings. Hi Robert, you're restoring a record British Rail pocket watch and need a whole new balance. Wow. Question is, where are you going to get a balance from? So you need a new balance with a hairspring. I don't know. That's a difficult one. That's the issue with the older stuff, whether it's pocket watches or wristwatches. Parts, especially the companies such as Record, getting parts is very difficult. Then you have to make them, and then it gets very expensive. So that's a difficult one. I'm just going to cut some pegwood to clean the jewels. Not push too hard. Should be okay. Yeah, that's okay. You have the auto work now. It's very important that the auto work is at its best, like obviously the whole watch, but the auto work plays a huge part of the watch. You've got to check signs of any wear. These are the old reversers. Now this watch was bought in an auction house. I did advise my client not to buy it, but he still decided to buy it, which is fair enough. A C-clip here. Use some pegwood to remove it. Push out, so there's a C-clip. Check that for wear as well. Let's probably change the rotor axle on this as well. God knows when it was last changed. I have a genuine rotor axle in stock, not a generic. Yeah, that definitely needs changing. That's going out. That's finitoed. You can also see the wear on the bridge plate on the outer. You can see like a brass finish. That's because of the rotor being badly worn. Robert, so I did my WASTEP course. Well, I'm 39 now. I did my WASTEP course back in 2001 or 3. That was in the UK. That was in City College Northenden in Sale. It's an amazing course to be on. It was only, I think, 7 or 8 people on the course, and then there's about 35, 40 people worldwide. It was extremely difficult, and I think it also, the fact that I was very young, I found it difficult because I think it was more of a mature course, to be honest. It really did test everything, your ability, your patience, confidence, everything. And then I got a job with Watches of Switzerland on King Street, Manchester, with Mappin and Webb. I was actually an apprentice for John Burns, an excellent watchmaker, well known in industry. Moved to Malta, the island of Malta. Worked for Cartier and Tag Heuer there. Then spent some years there. Beautiful island. I would suggest anyone to go. Met some amazing people. Had the opportunity to meet Daniel Reggiano, who was the owner at the time, who sadly passed away. He was such a great guy. I miss him a lot. He taught me a lot. He's very direct with me. I'll never forget how direct he was, but he was a cool guy. And came back after, so I think over 2 years, and then worked for Goldsmiths, and then decided to settle for myself. So I've been around. I'm also sit on the board of the British Horological Institute, and I have a fellow with the British Horological Institute as well. I'm back. So, where were we? Put the parts in the baskets. Put this watch on for quite a long cycle. Grab another basket. anyone got any questions? Ian, what's spice? Do I eat a lot? I do. I don't know about my eyesight though. I've been very fortunate with my eyesight. I get my eyesight tested. Well, actually, no, I haven't tested my eyesight for a while. But do I eat a lot? I think I eat a lot anyway. Yeah. I need to cut down again. Yeah, I'm very well, thanks. Good to hear from you. So, put this. Now we're placing the watch in the clean machine. So the course I did was 2 years, and the final examination I think was 11 and a half. I can't remember, 11 and a half hours long, or we had to do 3 watches, an El Primero, a Quartz, and an automatic watch, which had faults, and we had to find the faults in each and every watch. And during the time of the course, we also were sent away for work experience. So it was a pretty intense course, I would say that. The British School of Watchmaking now, is it Sale? So I think it's in Sale. They do the course now. It's a very good course. It's very difficult to get on though. It's not easy to get on. Just going to put this in the cleaning machine. So that's having a very long clean, over an hour. Hello, Serge. Alex, I know you like ETA Baju, but what in-house movements do you like, rate, aside from Rolex and Tudor? Wow, that's a good question. You've got me there. So apart from ETA Baju and Rolex and Tudor, what do I rate? Now, the issue I have is, Serge, is that I only work on stuff that I can get parts for. So I'm probably, my views are probably biased, but I'm struggling to think of any other brands, any other movements that are good, that are not ETA Value or Rolex or Tudor. Now, Porsche makes some excellent movements. I think I've got a movement on my bench from a Chanel J12, which I believe is Porsche. They make some great movement. However, my experience on them is very minimal. Very minimal. So I can only judge movements from actually working on them. I don't particularly think much of like AP movements. I do really like Solita movements. I think they're exceptional movements. You know, people say they're the clone of ETA, which okay, that's fair enough, I understand that. But they did have problems at the beginning of Solita I think on the 2824 and 2892. I think mainly because of the auto work was failing within 6 months. So they've sorted those issues out, which is understandable. A lot of movements tend to have problems through research and development. Older movements, well, what I do rate like the Omega movements, you know, the in-house ones, the older ones like the 5.6, is it the 5.65s, 5.21s? Well, obviously the 3.21 Speed Master movement is a beautiful movement. So I do rate those movements. However, because of the age of them, they are old movements now. Unless you were to buy the newer Omega movements or the re-updated of the 321, you know. So, but as in vintage, which is a bit like the Omega that I wear, which is somewhere. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. I only just now that you can see the hour recorder has moved. It should be at 0 because the chrono is off. Do you see that? I see that as a common problem on this caliber, so I need to service that and sort it out. This is 1974. You probably see me mention it quite a fair few times. I wear it now. My WC I'm selling, which I've refinished, so I'm selling that. So I don't want to put it on because I'll scratch it. So now we are building up what I was already building previously is a Quartz Omega Seedmaster, which is just here. Extremely reliable caliber. So, owner of this watch was complaining that his watch previously previously had a battery in resale from a third party, which wasn't me, and that the batteries were never lasting. And the reason for that is the watch has never been serviced. So what happens is on Quartz watches, if the watch has never been serviced, it does actually have some mechanical parts in a Quartz watch, being the train wheels. So if the oil or the train starts to get dirty, then more consumption is asked by the circuit board to the battery, taking more consumption out of the battery, therefore the battery doesn't last as long. And that's why they need servicing. So when people say Quartz watches don't need servicing, they do. I'm not talking about LCD watches, I'm talking about Quartz analog watches. Yeah, it's a good speedy, the one I got. Couldn't turn it down because it was a fantastic price. And the year 74 signifies a lot to my family, so I had to buy it. I did actually have a beautiful Rolex Submariner, which was the cheapest in Europe, that I sold to another YouTuber. That was a beautiful piece. I'm still here, guys. I'm just concentrating on this. Just put some light oil on the gear train for the quartz. Thank you, Saad. That side I've already oiled. Like so. So on the Omega Seamaster, Omega used to put the 395 battery. Used to use the 395 battery, and then the insulator, like the iron cover, would hold the battery in place. Now they've changed it to a 371 battery with a battery cover, which stops the previous problem of when the battery used to pop out. Because the battery used to pop out and then stop the watch. And now they've changed it to a 371 battery, and then there's a battery insulator, which I've ordered for the watch because when it came in, it had the wrong battery and didn't have a battery insulator. Just come up with a problem. Naughty, naughty. Schoolboy error there. Hi, Bill. How are you? I'm just working on a Omega Quartz. Which is the 1530 movement, which is their own reference. Sorry. And I've got a vintage Rolex 15 caliber in the cleaning machine. So hi, Levin, how are you? It's nice to see you. Thank you. Sneezing. Sneezing away from the watch. Bill, if you want to come on, do you want me to send you a link? Well, this one is quartz, but automatics is basically stripped down and mainspring, re-oil, re-time. Quartz is a different ball game. I'll send you the link if you like. Come on. So place the dial and hands on. Hi, Bill.
Alex?
Hey, Bill, you okay?
Yeah, good. How you been?
Yeah, I've been good. Been good. Did you watch the boxing?
I was going to ask you the same thing. Yes, I did.
Oh, you watched it live?
No. Replay.
What did you think?
It's very similar to the first match. What did you think?
Yeah, well, I knew he wasn't going to win. It just wasn't possible because of the way he lost the first time. He's too tactical. And he's not doing it for money neither. So I always say that if you meet a boxer or a UFC fighter that doesn't fight for money, then you're in a bit of trouble.
Who doesn't fight for money?
Usyk, it's not about status for him.
So AJ is fighting for money.
Well, the fact that he's come off 2 losses and he got beat by Ruiz, can't be. Who would ever thought that? I think he was disheartened. It's time for him to look elsewhere.
Yeah, he's there were interesting moments because I saw some clips of him telling his corner off to stop it, to cut it out. I think they were telling him how good he was. I think it was at the end of the game, at the end of the match.
Well, he wasn't born a boxer. He wasn't born a boxer. He was made a boxer. He wasn't really. If you look into his story compared to like other boxers, he wasn't. Okay, he's been like manufactured, hasn't he?
Well, he certainly didn't grow up in the school of hard knocks, did he?
He did, yeah. I mean, he was looking to go to jail, wasn't he?
Was he?
Yeah, he committed drug offences.
Okay. And then what happened?
He didn't go. I think because they saw him as an upcoming boxer, they let him off. It's only minor. It was like possession of cannabis, dealing cannabis, I think. But I think he's been banned from one part of London because of it.
Okay. And then there was the other bit where he stormed off and then he came back again and made his big speech.
Yeah, that was very unprofessional. I think we got to see the real Anthony Joshua there.
To me, it was like a drunk man. Babbling on. Asking him straight after the fight, how did you beat me?
I think he's arrogance more than anything.
Yeah. And he broke down in the press conference. Did you see that?
Yeah. Must be frustrating for him though, Bill, because the guy is not even a heavyweight and he beat him. And also to be running around that ring for 12 rounds, being the weight that Joshua is exhausted.
Well, he was at the end. The last 3 rounds, he was pretty tired. And I like how Tyson Fury mouths off after he's retired.
Who would you think would win that, though? Usyk and Tyson Fury, who do you think?
Well, it's an interesting one because Tyson is so tall and his arms are so long. You can keep him at bay. But he's so gangly too. He's
very unpredictable.
He's not very balanced. See. So I don't know. It would be interesting. A height difference might be the deciding factor. Who do you think would win?
I don't think it would happen because it will be too difficult for Fury.
Well, he's afraid Fury. That's the problem. I reckon he's tempted, but he's also afraid because he's undefeated. And what will be ringing in the back of his mind is, what happens if I lose? You know, 10 years from now, he can say, oh, I should have, I could have beaten him, I could have done that. But right now, to be mouthing off, I don't think is the right thing to do.
No, plus these Ukrainians are tough as nails.
Well, they do that Russian dancing where they squat and kick. I think the fight will go on. I think they're going to fight.
Well, he's supposedly retired, but isn't he fighting Chisora?
I don't know.
Why is he bothering to fight Chisora the third time? I don't understand it.
Because he's beaten him before. Like I said, I think he just wants the easy matches and the bragging rights. I think I quickly skimmed through his fights, Tyson Fury's fights, and a lot of them are repeats. He's not really fighting other contenders, is he?
Well, he was very close to losing against when he had that cut on his eye. Oh, what was that guy called? Oh, what was his name? I'm trying to remember now.
I think he's a bit of a watermelon head, Fury, because he's so tall. They haven't actually hit him in the head hard enough. So I think a couple of hits in the head and he'll get dizzy. Well, here we go. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The last 6 fights he's fought Wilder 3 times. He fought Klitschko, who was on his way out.
Once
Dillian
again,
White.
Ukrainians again, eh? Klitschko.
Dillian White is a foot shorter than him, and Dillian White's going to run in, try to hit him, and get clobbered again, knocked out.
I saw Derek Chisora at that London Watch Show. He's huge. He's like a barn door.
Yeah. Anyway, I was going to ask you questions about the automatic movement. Well, how do you regulate automatic movement? Is there do you put it on a time grapher?
Yeah, so place it on a time machine that picks up the escapement, and then you can turn the regulating arm or the stellar keys if it's a Rolex to either plus or minus it.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
But most watches have the regulator and beat arm at the top. Rolex and Patek Philippe have nuts on the wheel, on the balance wheel.
And do they need lubrication or any type?
No, I mean the actual beat arm and the regulating arm, you don't lubricate them. You just move them up or down. But obviously lubrication is needed for the escapement, for the balance pivots and the escape wheel and the pallet stones. I'm going to build up a ladies Rolex just after this Omega, so you'll see.
And that's an automatic as well, yeah?
It is Quartz. This one's Quartz. This is a Omega Quartz movement.
I've got one of my grandfather's watches. It's an old watch. It's one of those, they used to call them a 2-bit watch, I think.
A 2-bit watch?
It's a 2-bob watch.
Oh, as in a cheaper alternative.
Yeah. It's not a name brand. I don't think it's worth getting it serviced and fixed. But what I was thinking is it possible to stick an automatic movement in it, just to keep the look of it.
So
only because it was my grandfather's.
Yeah, I mean, is there no way that it can be serviced?
Well, it probably can, but if it's a 2-bob watch, who knows what's inside it? I haven't looked inside,
But can you open it up yourself, or can you take it somewhere to open it up and let me have a look?
probably. I've got to find it.
But you don't know where it is.
No, look, it wasn't it's not a valuable watch. It's a sort of sentimental watch, but it's not a valuable one. Somewhere, I come across it occasionally in a drawer somewhere. And now that you were doing the automatic, that's the thought crossed my mind. I'm thinking, wonder whether we could stick an automatic movement in it. That's all. Probably can be fixed, but It's not like I said, it's not a valuable watch. I think it's got a brass case from memory.
They might be able to fix it first, you know.
Now, say you decided to put a quartz movement into it, right?
A quartz
How would
or
you?
an automatic movement?
Sorry, what was that?
Put a quartz or an automatic movement in it.
A quartz. Say I wanted to put a quartz movement in it, just out of curiosity. Would any quartz movement do?
No, you have to find a. You'll have to find a quartz movement that can take the height and also the diameter of the hands for the hour wheel and the cannon pinion, for the hour and minute wheel.
Okay. So different quartz movements they've got different diameters, don't they?
Yes, that's right.
How would you measure those things? Bloody hell, you'd need a micrometer or something just to.
Oh, well, you'd have to measure the parts from the previous movement and then try and tally up with another movement. So the height of the hour wheel and also the height of the movement, the size of the movement as well. You need to figure out. Quite a few things to figure out.
Might be easy just to service the bloody thing, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It'll make more sense to just service the damn thing.
Fair enough. Oh, there you go.
So this is a 21 movement, which is found in a lot of the ladies' Datejusts.
And how often do you service quartz movements?
Probably so maybe on its second or third battery change. So what, 5 years, 5 to 6 years?
Okay.
As soon as you start seeing that the battery is not lasting as long as it should, which is about I would say acceptable battery longevity is 12 to 18 months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, lithium batteries, some watches take lithium, which can last double or triple that.
Okay. Because I've had some. Renata batteries. Is it a Renata battery?
Yeah, I only use Renata. Cheaper ones are Rayovac. Rayovac is a real cheap battery. When I see a Rayovac, because they tend to leak Rayovac. They actually had an explosion at one of their factories, and it actually killed some of their people, and they tried to keep it under wraps. Somewhere in India, I believe.
Okay. But there's, the Japanese have batteries as well, don't they?
Yeah, like is it Maxwell and Sony?
Yeah.
And those are good. Those are good as well.
I think my batteries have lasted some of the watches a lot longer than 18 months.
Yeah, they can actually last longer, but I still think I think 12 to 18 months is acceptable. But yeah, they can last longer.
There's one of the watches. It's an Omega, and when the battery is about to die, what it does is it conserves energy by the second hand sweeping 10 seconds at a time.
Yeah, that's called EOL, end of life indicator. It's very clever.
So you see that and you go, oh, okay, it's time to change it.
Have you been watching any other channels, Bill?
Oh, I've watched a few. Been watching Haraj. They've got a YouTube channel.
Beautiful watches.
Their story's been interesting. Their aim is to make movements and sell movements in the end at $250 a piece.
$50 a watch.
$250 a piece for the movement.
Oh, what, to buy the watch complete or for the movement?
No, just to buy the movement.
Wow, that's cheap. That's actually cheaper than. Is that cheaper than Solita? Just thinking if that's cheaper than Solita.
Don't know how much the Solita is selling theirs for.
I'm just thinking now how much they are.
But considering what they've done and how their movements are, they've designed them in such a way that they are component based, so they can add components one on top of the other, which is an old concept. Other companies have done the same type of thing, but the difference with these guys is they've managed to keep the height of the movement at a minimum, which means the overall, once you put it into your watch, the overall height of the watch doesn't change.
Well, ETA produced a movement called the ETA 2000, which was built on top, and it's an extremely difficult movement to get a good timekeeping out and to service, even though it's just automatic, because it's just so small and everything's on top.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking of some of the brands that they end up with 15 mil watches because they put a second time hand on it, and that just keeps bumping up the height of the watch. Whereas their watch has got a dual time function, and the watch is only 11 millimeters thick. Which was interesting. That's interesting. I've also read up that the guy that's in charge of Zodiac watches is also used to work for Bremont.
Yeah, Zodiac's name was bought by the Fossil Group, which is actually Greek owned, and they bought the name but didn't do much with it.
I think they are now.
Yeah, they are now, yeah.
But this Haraj group has sold movements to Bremont, or patented designs to Bremont. So they're all interconnected in some way, which is interesting. I think I scared everyone off, Alex.
No, it's just me and you, Bill.
Seems like it. There's no one's typed a question in the chat, and so I can't relay anything to you unless they're just interested in our conversation and they're not worried about asking questions.
Oh, what more do you want? You know, we're chatting about off topics and servicing watches.
You know, look, I'm enjoying the conversation. That's fine. Just thinking of
By the
people
way,
watching.
did you look into that magazine I bought you with the movements in?
I have.
What do you think of those movements?
They're really nice. But there's so many nice, you know. You don't want to become one of those people that has, you know, cupboards of you know, watches, tons and tons of, you know. And I certainly, I'm not going to become one of those people that, you know, you wake up in the morning, you have your morning watch, and then you put on your afternoon watch, and then you put on your evening watch because you've got so many you want to. And then I hear people saying, "Oh, I have my watches on a constant rotation."
Listen, I love watches. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not.
Well, that's what I mean. When you asked me about the magazine, like I said, they're really nice, but I think out of all the watches that I've looked at, that Haraj watch, the new one, it's just being released at the moment. And so they're promoting it quite heavily on their channel. But they've only got about 1,500 subscribers. They don't have a lot. The company started off as, even though they're Swiss, they started off as, you know, those GoFundMe pages a few years ago. Can't remember how long. And then, obviously, they took off. They are Swiss-based, so they, you know, they've spent a bit of money on their manufacturing of their movements and things like that, and they slowly built up a profile. But the watch, the last watch, the one they've got now, forget what it's called, is quite nice. It's got quite a few functions. It isn't very thick, but it's going to be pricey in the end. And that's the dilemma that all of these brands have got. If you get the early bird special, it's 4,500 Swiss francs.
Not cheap.
Yeah, but it's going to go up. It's going to go up to 5,500 after the early bird special. And I think in the end, it's going to recommend retail at 6,500 or 6,800. Now, 6,800 Swiss francs is about 8,000 or 9,000 Australian. And then you start getting into the Rolex territory, don't you?
Exactly. As much as people don't want to admit it, as soon as you start hitting the Rolex territory, then people start to think twice about buying that particular watch.
That's right.
We've got a question, Bill.
Oh.
Just bought an Omega. Okay. Bought an Omega.
CK859.
Thoughts on the movement. CK859. CK859. Look.
It's discontinued.
Beautiful watch. Kind of basic that watch is, but how nice it is. Those blue hands. You see, this is more my sort of thing because it makes more sense to buy this watch because it's obviously made to look like the older watches with an exceptional in-house Omega movement. Those movements are exceptional. I wonder if you paid retail on it, Bill.
I don't know, he'll tell us.
I wonder if you paid retail because I get a good discount on those.
Here in Australia, it is 9,900.
For that Omega?
Yep, 9,900. But it's unavailable. You can't buy it. They've discontinued it.
You bought it on a discount. That's good.
No.
That's not bad discount, Bill.
So 5.7 sterling. If I was to buy it here in Australia. And how much did he say? Oh, 12%.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. But yeah, obviously over 10, so it's not bad. I wonder if that's through an authorized dealer or because 12% sounds like what Goldsmiths would offer.
Well, it's discontinued, so I'm not surprised that they gave him a 12% discount on it. But I'd be happy to buy a discontinued watch. 5.7.
You see, I like the way it looks really old. It's almost like I'm sure that is a sapphire glass. It's made to look plexy looking. Yeah, authorized AD. Yeah, so 12% sounds like an AD. What an AD would offer. That is a sapphire, not plexi, isn't it? It's even got the old Omega symbol. See how the Omega on the dial is how Omega's logo used to be.
Yep.
Very classy. That. Look at the beautiful blue hands. They're not that awful Chinese tacky blue that you see on the fake tourbillon movements. This is proper blue. Proper blue hands. And also the satin finish on the lugs, and then you've got the polish on the bezel and the brown tan strap. Yeah, that's nice. But I think what size is it?
39.
It's quite big, isn't it?
39. No, it's a good size 39. And 11.7 mil thick.
It's quite thick then, isn't it?
Oh, 11.7.
It's quite a chunky monkey, Bill.
A chunky monkey. I think that it would have a domed glass. The glass would be down, which would add to the thickness, wouldn't it? But it's a coaxial movement. You seen the movement?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I like how it's manual as well. I like how it's manual.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a letdown, apparently.
What's that?
Dr. Mexico. Dr. Mexico is saying the strap is a letdown.
Oh, okay. It's probably a calf leather type of, yeah. But you can always find another NATO strap or something to put on it. Something nicer. Because the leather doesn't last. I've had watches with leather, crocodile leather, and bloody. They don't last.
No.
You can't wear, if you wear them during summer, they deteriorate even faster because of the sweat.
Yeah, and if you shower, you're a bit screwed as well. Shower.
Well, you're pretty silly if you take a shower with a leather strap.
I took my IWC strap in the shower. I didn't want to leave it in my locker, and it just ruined it. My old strap.
Yeah. I wonder whether you could get a rubber, you know how they have, whether they'd have a pre-molded rubber strap with a clasp. Oh, but you can't. It's a manual wind, so you can't even. You can't put it in water anyway. You'd ruin the watch.
Why?
What's that?
Why is it not? Is it not got water resistance on it?
I doubt it. It doesn't have. I don't think it's got a screw down crown.
It does look
manually wound watches don't generally. They just push in. You just push in the crown.
Yeah.
And you don't need to pop it in order to wind it. You just wind.
Yeah, it's 30 meters.
That's my endless water resistance. What does water resistance mean? Listen to this. This is from their website. They said it's water resistance to ensure the integrity of our timepieces at depth. They don't tell you what depth. Not just, but all watches are fully immersed in water and pressure is applied to the point of guaranteeing the water resistance. I'm sure that's what they've done. They've checked these watches water and then applied pressure. It's got a 72-hour power reserve. $15,000 Gauss magnetic field. So it's resistant to magnetic field. Is that because it's got a brass casing, or do you reckon it's the hairspring? Oh, it's a silicon balance spring. 2 barrels mounted in series.
Double barrel, isn't it?
Rhodium plated finish. 29 joules. Meta's certification is 0 to +5 seconds per day.
Well, 0 to +5, so not on any minus. That's
No.
interesting.
So it's COSC and Meta certified.
Oh, nice. Would you buy one?
Yes and no. I like everything about it, the movement, the whole lot, everything I've read I like. The only thing it doesn't have, which I would want, is a date. It doesn't have a date function. I've got a manually wound watch that I enjoy wearing, and I haven't worn for many years. Manually wound, but it doesn't have a date function, and that's I don't like it. So if I'm, the two things you need your watch for me anyway, is the date and the time. So if you flick your wrist and you have a look, you need to write down the date and you look at your watch. Otherwise, what's the point of wearing a watch if I'm going to pop out my phone to check the date?
Yeah, I know, I understand.
I might as well check the time as well. And that's how would a Rolex stand up to? Say I bought a Rolex. Say I bought a date just. Yeah. And every day I wanted to, but I treated the watch as if it was a manual watch. So every day I unscrew the crown, I wind the watch, screw the crown in again. And I do that every day because that's what you would do with a manually wound watch. How long do you think that would last?
When you say last, what do you mean?
Well, how long would I be able to unscrew and screw in the crown every day on a daily basis without any issues? See, a manually wound watch, you don't pop it out or anything like that. You just wind the watch. It's when it's pushed in, and you can wind the watch when it's pushed in, and then you wind it till it reaches its, the point at which it's fully wound, and off you go. Because I've had a manually wound watch for years when I was younger, and it's a bit like driving a manual car. Yeah.
So you're saying that how long would it last without using the auto work, and how long it would last on the crown because of the threads?
Yeah. For example, if you were to have a manually wound movement inside a Rolex case, and the reason you have the manually wound is because you want something that's manually wound, But at the same time, you want that waterproofness, so you want to screw down the crown. So every day, in order to keep the watch going, you'd have to unscrew the crown, wind it up, then screw down the crown, and do that on a daily basis. With that,
Wouldn't
some
last
point,
that. The
wouldn't
threads,
last.
yeah, the threads are very small. The outer threads are very small, Bill, on the crown, and they wear as it is. So if you were winding it every day or every other day,
Yep.
it will wear out the threads and the crown very easily.
Yeah.
I mean, they're so bad, the crowns and the threads, that companies make generic crown repair kits, so you can still use the original crown, because they just wear so easily.
Yep.
So the inner thread in the crown wears, and also the actual spring system on the crown wears, and then the thread on the actual tube wears. Yeah, that's true as well. You can't fully wind the watch before screwing down the crown, because you continue to wind the watch screwing it down, unless you had. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that's true as well.
Oh,
That's a good one. Yeah, he knows his stuff.
that's another reason why they wouldn't do that.
That's why the Panerai system was great, the locking system, but then that used to wear as well.
Because that's always been a dilemma in my head. I guess the Swiss manufacturers and everyone else has thought it through more than I have. Of
Even if
having a manually wound watch that's, waterproof.
let me think.
And that's why manually wound watches have always been traditionally and have remained dress watches.
Well, the only way is to have a function where before you screw the crown in, it doesn't wind. It's free wind.
Why would they do something like that? That becomes an engineering challenge, doesn't it?
Not really. I don't think
Because
so.
it would have to be in one position, and then when you push it in order to screw down the crown, it would have to disengage from winding the movement.
Well, like the Zen, if I'm not mistaken, on the Zenith El Primero, the function is reverse for changing the date and winding.
Does it have a screw down crown?
But it's automatic though, so yeah.
Oh, it's automatic. No, it's all manual.
But what I mean is, it's possible. Hi, Van Kroll. No, it's great to have you on.
Oh, yeah.
I've not been streaming much, to be honest, because I've just been catching up with work and yeah.
Oh, here we are. We've got a golfing question, Alex.
Yes. So yes, Dr. Mexico. Yes, you mentioned on the previous vid about watches and golf. Am I right in thinking it's excessive spin? But yes, it is the excessive spin. Plus, it's also the unnecessary shock to the movement as well, which then puts the balance out of sync. So then it has to beat back to its normal. It has to then find its way back to its normal amplitude, which then gives it its correct rates. Because a sudden large impact will not only wear out the rotor, but also puts the watch out of sync. So it's those two things. But yeah, the rotor axle will wear unnecessarily. There's no need, because the power of that, or when you hit the ball with the club, it goes onto your wrist, and then it spins the rotor like crazy.
What about a unidirectional rotor?
Well, as in only winds one way.
Yeah.
But it's still putting wear, isn't it, on the rotor?
Yeah, but if you're swinging the club and the rotor's going, it would. You're swinging it in the same direction as the rotor doesn't spin. It might not wind the watch, but it might snap the rotor.
But it. It's still, but the rotor is still spinning though. So whether it's winding the watch or not, it's still wearing.
Oh, okay. So the unidirectional, they spin both ways, but they only wind in one direction.
So 7750, it only winds one way and spins the other. So that's why it's got that awful feeling of when it spins on your wrist. That's when it's not winding. It's actually just free moving. It's free spinning.
Okay. Okay.
Hi, Crossy boy. How are you? Yeah, I'm very good, thanks. Changing a train wheel in this Rolex. This is an original part. So this is what the parts usually come like in the seal packet.
Might design a watch that's a manually wound diver's watch. It'll be the only one on the market, Alex. We'll corner the market.
It's a good idea, Bill. What are you going to call it?
Sell it to the golfers as well. Golf to your heart's content with the watch on. Hercules. I'll call it Hercules.
Oh, that sounds good. I like the name.
Hardest working, hardest wearing watch on the market.
It deserves the name Hercules then.
Oh, here's a question for you, Alex. Talking about sport, as a watchmaker, how impressed do you feel the RM Nadal watch is, in your view, that it can stand the impact of all those racket strikes?
Well, it doesn't, because they don't tell you that it gets serviced every time he does that. Every time he has it, every time he wears it. And I know that to be 100% fact, because I knew their watchmaker. Once again, it's marketing.
But is the Nadal watch an automatic?
I'm not sure if it's automatic, but if you're wearing a watch, whether it's manual or automatic, and you're putting that much impact, it does cause problems. It can cause problems.
Ah, and there was me thinking they were being straight.
But it's no different than the one, I think it was in Rubens Barrichello wore when he crashed his car. They said the watch was still going. Yeah, the watch was still going, but doesn't mean it was keeping perfect time. Because apparently Richard Mille had a habit of throwing his watch on the floor, his tourbillon watch on the floor, to show how hard wearing it is. And don't get me wrong, they are hard wearing.
And Nadal doesn't need his watch, does he? Because he's got the Rolex clock up on the scoreboard.
Exactly, Bill. You tell him. He doesn't need to wear his hundreds of thousands of pound wristwatch.
Now, if he had a wristwatch that was like a sweatband, it had a sort of dual purpose, then perhaps he could justify wearing it.
Well, I mean, look, the Richard Mille is tourbillon and he's extremely lightweight, so it's like not wearing anything. Those Richard Milles are so light, it's weird. It's just really weird. I've tried on a couple. Most expensive one I ever tried on was about, I think it was at the time 4 or 5 years ago, was $500,000. It's quite funny because a guy came up to me that I know and he says, he showed me his Richard Mille. And as soon as he was on his own, I said, "You do know that watch isn't right, don't you?" He goes, "Yeah, I know." Because it was fake. I said, "You know it's not right."
Now, can you appreciate the workmanship that goes into that watch just by holding it? I'm not talking about opening it up, Alex.
No, you can't. You see, we've been not we, me. I've been conditioned to think that if something's heavy, therefore it must be well made. And Richard Mille watches go against that. But if you to get an eyeglass and see the amount of detail, or even with your own eyes, you can understand and appreciate, like, wow, even though they're Porsche movements, they've been refinished, to an exceptional standard. Then there's nothing wrong with Porsche anyway, because they make great movements. But then again, I can't judge, Bill, because I've only ever seen a very, very, very few. So it's probably not the best person to ask.
Well, I've never held one, so I wouldn't even know whether it was fake or not if they put one in my hands. See, the other thing that's what I was thinking the other day when I was looking at the Horage watch. I thought the one thing that about the good quality watches, as opposed to the ones that are coming out, the mass, a lot of them are mass produced, or the other cheaper brands, is the thickness. The higher end watches tend to be thinner, whereas the lower tier watches tend to be a lot thicker.
Yeah.
There's one thing about the heft of the watch. I understand that, but if we compare the say Rolex to Tudor, Rolex are a much more expensive watch, but they're also a thinner watch. So they're engineered and they're put together, a bit more meticulously, whereas the Tudor watches are a lot thicker. So they've got a lot of space, the tolerance is a lot greater. So they can chuck a movement in there, and there can be air and space between the back plates and the movement. It doesn't matter. And so there's a lot of watches that come out that are quite thick, little chunky monkeys.
Here we go again.
It's the first time I've ever used that, Alex. That
Chunky monkey.
Chunky monkey.
It's Y2K's favorite word, isn't it?
It is. Chunky monkey. Whereas this Horage watch, it has the dual time. It's got 72 hours of power reserve, and it's 9.8 millimeters thick. That's right. And it's got a dual time, it's got a date, and it's got a power reserve indicator and a 24-hour day-night indicator. And it's 9.8 mil thick. And then you had the other one that we were looking at before, the Omega, which is 12 millimeters thick. It doesn't have any function apart from the time.
That's why I like the Bulgari Octo Finissimo, because that's so thin.
That's gone to the other extreme, hasn't it?
That's so thin, though.
That would be so delicate, you'd be worried.
Oh, you think it's too thin?
Don't you?
No. No.
You've put one on, yeah? You've tried one?
I tried one on, yeah. Beautiful. It's just very classy. I mean, that new Tissot chronograph that's come out looks similar-ish, and that's killing the market. It's goldsmiths are selling them out. People are coming in and saying, "Oh, I like the look of that," and buy that instead of buying an expensive watch. They're selling like hotcakes. The new Tissots.
Is it a PRX?
It's the PRX chronograph version with their own slimmed down like 7750 in it.
Okay. I don't get chronographs, Alex. I don't understand them.
Well, no one really uses them, do they?
No.
I use it to when I cook my steak or when I make eggs.
An egg timer isn't good enough.
No, you can do some good eggs, on a chronograph.
What about the watch with the countdown timer where it's got a buzzer? You don't have to forget it.
Which brand is that?
What's that?
Which what, are you being serious or?
No, not a watch. I'm talking about your phone. It's got a countdown timer.
Oh, I know. But, it's so easy just to push the buttons on your watch, isn't it?
Is it? I've never had a chronograph. I don't think I'll ever buy one.
You never had one?
No. Can't see the point or the need for it.
But a lot of people don't even know how to use them. That's the thing.
Oh, getting back to Wagner, sorry. Too much money on your wrist. He's going back to I think it was the what are they called? The Richard watches. Even if you can easily afford the watch, it makes you a target.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true. I mean,
well, that's the sad thing, I mean,
yeah.
That people can't just simply buy a watch, wear it, worrying about who's looking at it. Jay Graysweater has joined us. This is like the good old days. Crossy Boy asked you, if you had the money, would you buy one? Again, a Richard's watch.
Would I buy one? No, I wouldn't. No. For reselling, yes. For owning, no.
I can't even tell the time on some of them, Alex. I've seen photos of them, You look at them and you think, well, where are the hands in all of this mess? Another reason not to buy a homage watch, the wrong person may believe it's real.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's true.
not only that, but fake watches as well. People wear a fake Rolex and they get the shit beaten out of them for it. And even if you tell them, look, it's fake, by the time they work out what you're saying to them, they've already clobbered you and twisted your arm trying to get the bloody thing off your hand. It's crazy.
It's bad in America at the moment. There's a lot of crime over there with watches.
I think it's a lot of copycat. I mean, because it's been heavily promoted through the YouTube channels, hasn't it? Be careful. Watch crime. Watch crime. Robberies have been happening. People have been jumped on the street. Watch crime. Watch crime. You know, there was a lot in England because YouTubers were telling us there were a lot of these thefts happening. You know, spotters are spotting people in restaurants and jumping them as they're walking down the street. Here's an example, and there were video footage of it. And there was nothing like that happening in America. And all of a sudden, you know, it's everywhere in the news in America. You know, shop fronts have been smashed for Rolex watches. You know, people have been hijacked. People being followed home. Celebrities, you know, being followed home after they've gone to the restaurant. I think a lot of them have gone, wow, there's a market for us. There's a business there's a business model we can follow. Von Krill said, I heard one story of a person, that'd be the worst. I heard one story of a person having a fake Rolex stolen, then I think they returned half an hour later after the robbers realized it was fake.
It must have been a bad fake.
Yeah, but to return to go, hey, you tricked us in robbing you.
Some irony.
We beat you up to steal the Rolex, only to realize it's fake. We've come back to beat you up for having a fake Rolex. That's crazy.
That's why a lot of these criminals, they will sometimes be armed they'll be armed, but they will only use that gun if it's truly necessary, because they know as soon as they pull out a gun, then that's many more years if they get caught.
Who, in England?
In England, yeah. So there's something, they'll come and threaten you with a knife, and if that's not scaring you, then the last resort for them is a gun, because they know that if for any reason they get caught with the gun or possession of the gun, then it's considerable amount more years than they would if they had just a knife. So they tend to avoid using it unless it's truly necessary.
I think people are just going to stop wearing Rolexes. There's no point. Where's the enjoyment in putting it on and forgetting about it? You're going to constantly look over your shoulder or have to pull down your sleeve in order for no one to see it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like those guys that like to wear women's underwear. Is it? Yeah. They wear the outfit underneath, but wear their, their male outfit on top, but they feel sexy underneath, Alex.
That's interesting, Bill.
I was thinking of the thought. I was thinking of the Monty Python. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. Remember that?
No.
Don't you know the Monty Python skit?
Yeah, but that was like I'm 39 years old, so I didn't really
Oh,
quite.
don't you know? You see it on YouTube. Anyway, the same thing with the watches. You'll be wearing a Rolex, but you'll have it so heavily disguised with clothing that you'll have this sort of guilty pleasure of, guess what? I'm wearing a Rolex, but no one knows that I'm wearing one. A trip into, going out on the wild side.
Well, I was out with a friend of mine that had a rose gold Daytona on with the diamond baguette dial. It's stunning watch.
Who's this?
Just a friend of mine.
Oh, okay.
Rose gold Daytona with the baguette diamond dial, all factory.
Yeah, sometimes we forget the really nice watches that Rolex have made. Don't we? Because the majority of the time you see Daytona and your day dates and just dates and your run of the mill watches or the GMTs, and we forget about the really nice dials that they create, the nice watches, the golds and the pinks that they use. You forget all of that because there's not so they don't produce, and people there's so few of them around. I did come across a channel, Alex. This is interesting. I forget what it's called. Anyway, basically the guy has just started off. He's been inspired by a few other channels that do repairs on watches.
Yeah.
And he's decided something like follow my journey on me becoming a watchmaker.
Oh,
or
wow.
an amateur watchmaker.
Oh, okay.
So he's, I've seen a couple of his clips, so these are the tools that I've bought, and rattles off the tools that he's bought and how he's going to practice. He's going to show himself on YouTube progressively, obviously, being a complete novice at the moment, on his journey in learning how to repair and fix watches. Obviously, he's going to buy, really cheap watches off the internet.
Yeah.
And he's decided he's going to start a YouTube channel doing that.
Oh. Where's he based?
Don't know. He could be American. No, no, grey sweater. It's not I shoot watches, but wait a minute. It might possibly be, but he does have. Yeah, he's right. Grey sweater says that. Is this I shoot watches, Bill? I shoot watches has no idea what he's doing. That's right, but has some very nice imaging gear. He's right. You're right. He has these microscopes, these this phenomenal stuff. The images that he produces of the movements is amazing. He's got these super high end microscopes. Yeah, microsurgeons use these kind of to do surgery. And he's got it filming watches.
He's got all the gear then.
Oh no, he doesn't have the tools because he was buying Virgin screwdrivers, but he only bought 3 screwdrivers because the set of screwdrivers was too expensive. He figured he could get away with only buying 3. Grace Petter said that he thinks he's a Yankee based in Switzerland. Oh.
It's not. Do you remember that guy that used to be on Tim's channel? What's he called? The guy from the Swiss. Do you remember Swiss?
Yes. Yes. No, it's not. It's not him. Yeah, Swiss. I haven't come across him at all. He went rock climbing and never came back. There you are. Now you mention it. I remember I was watching this. No, seriously.
Is he still up there, Bill?
I don't know. Did he fall off? No, I remember. Look, I haven't watched many streams, but I remember watching one stream where Quail Higgins said that Swiss had gone rock climbing. That was now that you said Swiss, I thought, wait a minute, that was 3-4 weeks ago. That was a month ago, and he hasn't been on any stream. Yeah, he went rock climbing and never came back again.
Oops.
Grace Sweater says Swiss is around. He's on the Swiss and John Higgins show. Okay.
I think he was supposed to meet those people from Patek. Do you remember? And he never did.
Yeah, that was a tall story. That one. Hey, Bufaris, how are you?
Sorry, Bill.
That's all right. Bafaris has joined us.
Oh, Boris! Mashallah.
He heard our conversation about Swiss disappearing up in the mountains, never to be heard of again.
Mastavuna.
Yes. And
I'm going to adjust this camera.
you know, these I keep coming back to this Haraj movement, this Haraj watch.
Yeah.
Since these guys are just, you know, they've opened up orders and are selling, you know, they want people interested. Do you reckon if you reached out to them that they'd come on your show?
Yeah, listen, I mean, that's a good idea. Yeah, I can always offer. If they want to come on, could have a good chat.
Because I wouldn't mind having a listen to what they have to say, and they can talk about their movements. And it's one thing reading an article about it, and it's a different thing having the actual guys that, you know, are developing these watches talk about it.
That's a great idea. Reach out to them. I'll email them or phone them. You ever been mountain climbing, Bill?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to climb. You know, we used to climb rocks and mountains and mountain climbing. That's for the goats, Alex.
It's amazing those goats how high they climb. And there's this well-known video on YouTube, I think from the BBC. It shows this goat climbing up a dam.
Yep.
Have you seen it?
Yep. To nibble on a bit of grass that's growing between some cracks somewhere.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
How sure-footed they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure a few of them fall. But the majority of them, that's right. Well, that's where they grow up. Some of them have survived simply because, you know, they're able to scale up the side of these cliffs that, you know, wolves and foxes can't get to them.
Do you think goats get depressed, Bill?
No, not at all.
Do you think animals get depressed?
Oh, some do. Some do. Some of them that have really high intellect, like elephants. Elephants do. Oh, and animals that have been distressed, you know, through captivity.
But that's been created by us.
Yes.
So that's caused a depression.
That's right.
I wouldn't say they get that from being out, though, out in the wilderness.
No, that's right. I did hear, it's either I saw a documentary or I read that elephants, when the really old elephants are ready to die, the other animals, the other ones have, I don't know whether you could say they perform a ceremony, but they're conscious of the fact that one of their own is about to pass away. They're conscious of that,
Wow.
which distresses them, and sometimes they even, when they're about to pass away, they'll fall behind. If they're migrating, they'll stay behind and let the others go. But there is a sort of they have a sort of ritual or a farewell type of ceremony. But as far as other animals, I don't know. But I've heard about elephants. But again, I mean, they're creatures, relatively high into, relative. How do you judge that? We've got a few more people that have joined us. Dis Jerez is on the stream. Y2K has joined us as well.
Oh, everyone's here. Bill, you brought everyone with you. You're like Moses, Bill.
Slowly. I think
You're like Moses.
I don't know. It's me whether they've just stumbled across it, Alex. They sort of tripped and fell face first into the stream. I thought I was scaring them off.
The question is, Bill, did Moses exist?
I'll say yes.
You say yes.
Yep.
Apparently even the Egyptians talk about him.
I think all of those people that they talk about many years ago, they existed in one form or another. A bit like sort of Chinese whispers, over the years. What do they say? The history is written by the victors, not the the vanquished. So what reality was, and how it was coloured, and what image we have of it today as it was back then, who knows?
Well, I mean, the most impressive thing is that Shroud of Turin. The whole history of that is incredible.
Von Krul said that's how he arrives at most places, face first.
How's this doing?
I think he's doing all right.
I think he's not been too. He's been quite down, I think.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen him on a few streams. I think he ran one stream on the dungeon.
Oh yes, he did, didn't he?
I didn't see the actual stream. I think I sort of caught up with a little bit of it after the fact, because they stream at such odd hours that I'm sleeping or at work when they're streaming.
Oh, one of my customers is watching, Bill. We have to behave ourselves.
Is this Chris Mather?
That's right. I've already done his Omega. What I'll do is I'll show it on the. Open up one of the safes. I'll show him, but I've done his Omega already. I'm just doing his wife's Tudor.
Okay.
I've actually got a Patek Philippe to show you, Bill. I think it's over 100.
Good thing he's not on while you're sneezing, Alex. Sorry, Chris.
His knickers.
So what Y2K is having dinner. I wonder what he's having for dinner. And Y2K, why so late? It's 10:30 here in Melbourne, and the time where Y2K is roughly the same time as Melbourne, I think, within an hour or two. So if he's an hour behind, he's 9:30. 9:30 is quite late to be having dinner anyway, isn't it?
He's doing keto.
What does that mean?
He's in ketosis.
That you can eat at 10 o'clock at night and still
Yeah.
digest it and still get to sleep and digest it and wake up in the morning.
I had 4 or 5 zombies on Saturday night, which is a cocktail. Oh my word. I felt it.
I read an article about what the ancient Greeks ate, or their eating habits. They ate very little in the morning. So it would have to be, they had something to drink and a bite to eat. And then they would eat a light meal at lunchtime. And their main meal would be, their largest meal would be of an evening, in the afternoon, late afternoon.
Well, apparently they ate a lot of horta, didn't they? A lot of greens.
Yeah. Yeah, they ate predominantly vegetarian type of diet, with supplemented with meat, on occasions. But it's a complete opposite to say the British or the English concept of heavy, really big breakfast and very light dinners. Like what's an English breakfast? 300 sausages, 20 eggs, and bacon. First thing in the morning.
Well, they say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, but then
well, that's what I'm saying. According to this article, the ancient Greeks were not eating, didn't have that concept as breakfast being the most important. The evening meal was the most important for them.
Well, did you see the autopsies they did on the mummies, and they had cholesterol?
Did they?
Yeah, they had signs of cholesterol. Yeah.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, they did have cholesterol in this. I mean, it wasn't
What,
normal.
we didn't invent it. They
No, but because of the diet they had, it just shows that cholesterol is just always part of us, isn't it? Bad cholesterol. It's always there.
Yes. But is that a surprise? Does it surprise you?
Well, it surprised me, to be honest, yeah.
Well, it depends on the body type. I mean, there are very skinny people that have got high cholesterol, and then you've got very fat people that don't have high cholesterol. And then you've got everything in between.
Well, it's genetics as well, isn't it?
That's right. So just because they've done an autopsy on one mummy, that doesn't sort of just...
Well, not just one. They did on a few, but then...
Don't forget, the mummies were very wealthy people too, don't forget. The peasants out in the street, the ones that were the slave... The ones, they weren't slave labor, but they were, the poor peasants that would work for the kings and queens, they're very wealthy. We don't know what their cholesterol levels were.
But the problem, also, they had very poor genetics, a lot of the mummies, because they were interbreeding, weren't they?
Yeah. And and they were very wealthy, so therefore they would have these exotic meals.
What about Cleopatra? You know, apparently she was really ugly. She wasn't beautiful.
Well, it's a matter of, well, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. Cleopatra
No,
was,
she's always been seen as this goddess, but apparently she wasn't at all.
well, she seduced a lot of high-ranking Romans, so she had something going for her.
Well, don't forget where she came from, Ptolemy, didn't she? She was the only one who spoke Greek and Egyptian out of all of them.
Yeah. I don't understand when they say she was really ugly. I don't know what that means.
We'll find a picture. Let's see the most accurate picture of.
Well, we don't know what she looked like. That's the thing. It's just that she's just ugly. I mean, now Y2K has got is eating beef balls with noodles.
Cholesterol.
We all want to figure like Perpetual-Time, he says.
Listen, I had steak in the morning with 4 eggs for my breakfast.
And he loves a Swiss breakfast, which I don't know what that is.
Swiss breakfast, isn't that like they have that muesli? That what's it called? No, there's a muesli that they have. There's Pret a Manger sell it. I know what it is. I'm talking to myself here.
Nefertiti was prettier.
Yes, she was. She was stunning, but then she also was it her? She was interbreeding as well, but she was a beautiful woman.
Jay Gray Sweater, he eats Muslim and yogurt.
Can't beat the true Greek diet. Cigarettes, coffee,
And a biscuit.
and a biscuit.
Those really, really hard biscuits, you know, that break your teeth. So you've got to dunk it into your coffee to soak them up a bit.
Lebanese breakfast is quite nice.
So Y2K says that a Swiss breakfast is muesli, granola, bell peppers, ham, and lots of bread. Jesus. That's dry, and dry.
I know.
Very dry. You'd need 2 liters of water just to digest any of that. No, Y2K, I don't know. Artemisia, who is that?
So Y2K says we should see what Arnold Schwarzenegger drank for breakfast in the film End of Days.
I don't know. There's some YouTubers that sit and eat, that gorge themselves on food. That'd be very similar to what Arnold Schwarzenegger would have done.
Well, they're bulking.
No. These are professional eaters. I think I spoke to you about one of them. She's English.
Oh, lady.
That eats 10 kilos of steak in one sitting, and she'll out eat and eat faster than what's that? Hall, Eddie Hall. She out eats Eddie Hall in the sitting.
And she's got a great physique on her, hasn't she?
Yeah, doesn't put on any weight. So, do you know Artemisia, Alex?
That's the lady that you showed me, isn't it?
Artemisia is one that Y2K has asked us about. He said, "Do you know the story of Artemisia? She was a Greek by birth, but joined the Persian side against the Greek, a female commander, which is rare for a woman at that time."
She was a Greek by birth, but then joined the Persian side again. Wow, traitor. Brodis.
A rare for the women at that time. That's not true. We had sorts of women goddesses that were warriors, Y2K, in the ancient times.
Wonder why she did that. It's a bit naughty.
Well, I don't think she actually joined the opposing side, Because don't forget, the Greek city-states would war against each other.
They were notorious for it, weren't they? They were terrible for doing all that.
Yeah. And so if she was based what is now Turkey but was Greek then, bit like what do they call it? The Trojan War. The Trojan War, you know, for many years they thought, oh, maybe it's a fake, maybe it's not true, and then they found this the remnants of where the city was, and they know that the Trojan War was real, but it's now on Turkish soil. But you know, it was all Greek territory back then. So I think the same thing happened, because I don't think back then there were Persians. Well, then maybe they were. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. Ian Nicholson is back again.
How is he?
Maybe he went for a pub. I think he went for a pub lunch, a pub meal. Do you do that? Do they still do that in England? Go for a pub?
Oh, yeah.
For lunch? Well, we've got fewer and fewer actual traditional pubs here in Australia. They're sort of dying. They're dying off. The traditional English pub.
But you've got a real British influence there, obviously, haven't you?
Yeah, it's diminishing, but the English influence is here. But like I said, the traditional English pub is sort of dying off. Oh, it's dying off because people don't go. You know, but Australia used to have a very, you know, in the 60s and 70s or 60s, I think they talk about. Was it I don't know. They talk about the drinking laws here have changed over the years, and I think the 50s and 60s, maybe even the 70s. They used to call it the 5 o'clock swill, because liquor licenses would they had to stop serving at 5 o'clock. Right, the pubs would be open until 5. That's what their licenses, and allowed them to serve beer till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So after work, people, you know, the men would go to the pub. And because they couldn't sell alcohol after 5 o'clock, what they would do is they would line up 10 beers on the bar. They'd pay for, you know, they'd line up 10 beers and progressively drink it all because they couldn't buy it after 5 o'clock. So they used to call it the 5 o'clock swill, because you had all these blokes, you know, doing a hard day's work, going into the pub and then just, you know, downing 5 or 6 pints in a row.
No, I don't get that.
Well, you couldn't take it home when they didn't have alcohol to take home. They drank at the pub, and so the law itself didn't lend itself to healthy drinking habits. So as the liquor laws changed, the drinking habits have changed as well. Ian Nicholson says, only 10 pints? Are they amateurs? I don't think that was the problem, Ian. I think what the problem was, the amount of available space. If you had a crowded bar with everyone buying, 10 pints, you wouldn't have a place to put them all. Apparently, to Y2K, this lady married into a Persian family. That's why she was fighting against the Greeks.
Always the case, isn't it? Look at Helen of Troy.
Yeah, it's another one.
Yep.
But all of that's a nice looking watch, Alex.
Yeah, it's like it's ladies with like an ivory dial, it's like a browny white dial. Gold bezel.
Yeah. Oh, it's almost spot on.
Yeah, it's really close to 12, isn't it? So you go.
It's about 2 minutes, about a minute.
Yeah, so it's within tolerance.
Oh,
What's your favourite drink, Bill?
oh, it's changed over the years. I came across many years ago a very nice drink for summer. You'll get plastered drinking it. It's like lolly water, but you'll get drunk. I'll tell you. But you can't. But once you start drinking, you can't stop. And you've got to do it in these proportions. It's all one. It's Malibu. You know Malibu.
Yeah.
It's Malibu, and then you've got to mix half. And it has to be half and half. I've tried different ratios. It doesn't work. It's not as nice. It's got to be half orange juice, half pineapple juice, and a double shot of Malibu.
How much orange juice and how much apple juice?
50-50.
Right.
So you'll put a shot or two of the Malibu, and then to fill the glass, you'll fill it 50-50 of those two, pineapple juice and orange juice. You've got to do 50-50.
Yeah.
I've tried it with just orange juice. It doesn't taste as nice. Just pineapple juice does. But you need that 50-50 mix. It lends itself really well. Drink that. You won't even taste the alcohol, and you keep drinking that, you'll get smashed before you know it. Look, depends. It depends on the company, and it depends on. I like beers. I like scotches. I like gin and tonics. So gin. So it depends. It depends on the mood, really. Y2K likes a bourbon, cognac, brandy, Gordon's dried gin. Jesus, Y2K, you can't mix all those together. What a combination. Bourbons I don't like because they're too sweet. He said, not mix it, drink it. Yeah, of course. Of course you're going to drink it, but how can you drink all four of them neat at the same time? Y2K brandy is a ladies' whiskey.
Do you ever drink also?
Yeah?
It's not bad, is it? It's very strong. Honestly, it's very strong, but it's nice.
This is nice. Even the the grappa they make, the
What about Gumandaria? Gumandaria is it's like a brandy, isn't it? I think. And Medaxa as well.
yeah, that's a cognac. I used to mix Ritsina, which is a white wine, with Coke in Greece many years ago. That used to be a big, but that's sort of gone by the wayside now.
Well, it's like frappe. I know it's not alcoholic, but that's what they all have over there in Greece. Frappe.
Yeah, the iced coffees.
Yeah.
But that's a summer drink. I don't think they drink that in winter.
Just a double whiskey on ice for me.
Hey, Nicholson, in Polinostimo, he says. Brandy sours in Cyprus. Fabulous. There you go. They're two countries that I'd like to go and visit, Alex. Cyprus and Malta.
Have you never been to Cyprus?
No, I've never been to Malta either.
Yeah, Malta's a very interesting island. If you look at the history, plus they got absolutely obliterated during World War II. They got hit hard.
Well, we've got a lot of Maltese here in Australia, and there's a couple of Maltese that I knew, and one of them was going to Malta. He goes, "Oh, Bill, I'm going to Malta." I said, "Oh, well done. Go visit your family, do this." And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, "Oh, what shithole is he going to, Malta?" Because I had no point of reference. And then he comes back and goes, "Oh, here's some of my holiday photos, And he showed me. And then I thought, what an idiot. He's in the Mediterranean. What would you expect anything less? Some beautiful oceans and beaches. And I thought, this is fantastic. It changed my mind. I thought, that's a nice place. I'd like to visit it one day.
Oh, listen, it's just got so much heritage and history, and for such a small island, there's so much to do. And plus, the first language there is really English, then it's Maltese.
Yeah. Well, it was a colony. It's an English colony. It's a bit like India, isn't it?
Yeah, well, in Cyprus, they were killing an English soldier every day to get them out, and in Malta, they didn't want them to leave, so it was total opposite in Malta. And they speak at least two languages as well.
Yeah.
So honestly, you have to go. It's stunning.
Ian Nicholson will be in Cyprus in 2 weeks.
Yeah, he's going. Yeah, he's off to Cyprus.
I'll have to send you a postcard. Send me a postcard too, Ian.
You've got Sicily right next to Malta as well.
I wouldn't go to Sicily. There's mafiosos. Stay away.
It's not bad. No, Catania. I think it's the capital, isn't it? Catania. But no, it's not as bad as it used to be, Sicily. Then again, I do know somebody that went while I was living in Malta, and she had her jewelry stolen when she was there. And she told the taxi driver, and the taxi driver gave it all back to her. He didn't steal it, but he knew who did.
I saw this. It might have been a YouTuber. It was like a documentary. And what it was is he wasn't a pickpocket. He was a magician. He was trying out being a pickpocket.
Oh, it's had quite a few million reviews, hasn't it? I've seen this guy. And was it in Italy he went to, or?
He went to Italy, yeah. He went to Italy and he wanted to meet the pickpockets. And they were really wary of him at the beginning initially. But he kept on bumping into them. And eventually they were confident enough to start discussing techniques of pickpocketing. Jamie's in the house. Hey, Jamie, how are you? Anyway, he got to talking to these guys. He got to meet them, and they were talking about the front pocket. The front pocket is the hardest pocket to pick.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because generally it's really you can't. How do you distract someone? You know, the back pocket is the easiest, obviously, because you bump into the person, they don't realise that they've lifted whatever they've got in their back pocket. But the front pocket, because the movement of actually putting your hand in, and generally your wallet or whatever you've got in your pocket is quite deep into the pocket. And so in order to get your hand in, you'll actually push down on the pocket, and so that your trousers or your jeans you'll take notice because there'll be a movement there. And that's the hardest. Generally, when it's a big wallet and sticks out the top of the front wallet, the front pocket, that's easier for them because they can do it with 2 fingers.
Well, Y2K's asked is if it's safe to wear a watch in Cyprus. Well, I've never heard anything. I believe it's safe. I've never heard any problems in Cyprus. I mean, the fact is, it's an island, so where are they going to go? But you don't. Crime rate in Cyprus is pretty low. I think it's pretty low. There is a few murders a year, but nothing crazy.
Did you hear about the two Italian thieves in Mykonos?
No.
They were there because they were there. 2 Italian thieves were hitting the wealthy tourists in Mykonos, and they eventually got busted because what they did is some guy was on the beach bathing himself. He was sitting, he had one of those sunbeds and left his bag to go and have something to eat. And when he went back, his bag was missing. So he ran into the restaurant that he ate, and they had security footage of these guys on their little scooters. They took his bag here. He was a Greek. This guy. He was a butcher, they reckon, from somewhere northern in Greece. He had about 8,000 or 6,000 euros in his bag. And they caught him on CCTV footage. They had a license plate, and they ended up rounding him up and finding all the stolen goods they had.
Jesus. Wow. Mykonos is beautiful, but it's so touristy. That's the only problem. It's very touristy. It's very expensive.
And very expensive, yeah.
Very expensive. And the time I went, I'll never forget it. It was beautiful, but it was very expensive.
And the Japanese love that island, and they have photos taken on Mykonos with the sunset. And they love it so much that if they can't afford to, because some Japanese aren't as wealthy as others to actually fly to Mykonos with a full wedding outfit and the entourage to take photos on sunsets. And so what they've done is they've recreated the backdrops in photographic studios. So if they can't afford to fly to Mykonos, they actually go to these photographic studios and have photos taken of them being on Mykonos.
Well, it's like there's a guy that was who was on Instagram, and it looked like he was on a plane. So when you look when you're on a plane, you look in the window and you look, and you can see outside. But as the camera went out, he was sat next to his washing machine. Using the reflection, and you would never have realized, you would never have known. You would have honestly thought he was on a plane.
On a plane, yeah.
Yeah, or these fake Learjets that are grounded, and there's people that go on it pretending they're on a private jet.
Yep, it hasn't left the tarmac.
No. Oh, it's crazy. It's like me here, Bill. I don't really have a workshop. It's just in the back of a garden. Do you know what I mean?
That's right. It's in your tool shed in the backyard. Hey, I saw a Ticker's. It would have been a live stream, but I didn't see it when he was doing it live. But he was just talking to the camera in his backyard.
Oh yes, I've seen that. Yeah.
And you saw the weatherboard shed that he had at the back,
Right.
and the fence, and he had a Hills hoist. Did you see the clothesline that he had in the backyard?
No, I saw the clothesline. Yeah.
Well, that is a typical. It was, and you probably can find it throughout Australia. That if he said, "I'm in a backyard in Australia," you would believe it. If you're Australian, you saw that, you would believe that he was somewhere in Australia. That setting is very typical of Australia.
Right.
That fence, the weatherboard, because we have a lot of weatherboard houses and outhouses and things like that, and they were very common. The hoists, the clothesline, those particular designs.
Well, I remember
that I don't know if you've got heel hoists there, but they were the the main clotheslines in backyards in Australia. So Jamie, where are you, Jamie? Are you back in? Are you still in? Are you having drinks with Y2K? Are you back in Spain? Oh, fantastic, Mexico City. Got to be careful there. Don't wear your watches in Mexico City, Jamie. Now, have you found a house for Dodger, Jamie? Alex, have you heard?
Oh, what about Dodger buying a house?
Yeah, in Spain.
Oh, is he moving to Spain?
Well, I heard him say he was looking for a house in Spain to renovate.
Oh wow. To renovate?
To renovate, yeah.
Oh wow.
He's a summer retreat.
It's not bad, is it?
I thought maybe Jamie was helping him out find a property.
He's still in Poland though, isn't he, Dodger?
I imagine so. There's a lot of English that go to Spain and renovate houses, don't they?
Oh, loads, definitely big business.
I worked with a POM who moved. They were here. Her and her husband were here in Australia, and they left. They bought a place in France. Their family is in England still, but they decided they sold up here. They sold their house here and bought in France a property. I saw some photos. They had big, quite a bit of an acreage. They had a stream running through their property, and they renovated the house. I haven't heard from them in many years now, but when they first moved over, they did quite a bit of work fixing up the house that they bought. So you're going to do another review of what's the next review? What you're going to review, Alex? Have you got any in mind?
Yeah, I'm doing a GMT Master 2 that's been diamond encrusted that I've restored that everyone else has declined to work on. and it's a very expensive restoration. And then the next one after that is a Daytona, vintage Daytona. That's been I'm doing that as well. I think that's over £6,000 restoration on that one. So
okay, so you're going to do before and after photos and do that on and show and do us put up some footage of that.
yeah, well, I'm doing a video on my YouTube about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're going to get to see it. Yeah. So you're going to see befores and afters, and then I'm going to the Liverpool Cathedral to show the architecture inside the building. I think it's one of the biggest cathedrals in the world or something. It's huge.
Does it have the flying buttresses on the sides and things like that? It's one of those. What are they? That was what do they call that?
It's absolutely massive. What is? You have to go into it. I have to film inside for you to realize how big it is. It's just huge. Hey, Y2K.
Hello, can you hear me?
How are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there he is. He's had his what is it? Meatball soup and noodles.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Sorry there. Technical difficulties as always. Good to see you, Alex. Yeah.
Yeah, good to see you too.
How many watches the service, Alex? Lots?
I'm just finishing off these ladies now. I'm working on a Seamaster Quartz before, and then I've got a vintage Rolex to finish.
Okay.
How are you?
Still all right. All good so far. Yeah, I think Dodger's on holiday with Mrs. Dodger. Something, yeah.
Where have they gone?
I think they headed your way to, well, not your way as in like Bill's way, but I think they headed to the UK already. Yeah.
So,
I was ready to make an announcement, Alex.
what was that?
Join us on Friday for Bill's quiz. It sounds it's I had a bit of a flashback. So
Memories, huh, Bill?
What's that?
Memories.
Yeah. Look, it's been a long time since I've been on a chat with a lot of familiar people. So
Oh yeah.
that's why as soon as you jumped on, it sort of that I got the flashback. Jeez, the only thing left is to make an announcement. So, how did you scold yourself, Y2K?
That was a very silly mistake. Sometimes you know the coffee filters are made of aluminum. They look like a funnel. It's there is a coffee set. It's called the drip coffee set or something I bought from a department store. So it was it had aluminum filter. So I put it in my tumbler, which I bring it to work. And then what happened was that I was rushing to put hot boiling water into the tumbler, and I overfilled the filter, so a bunch of coffee powder as well as hot water flew and hit my left wrist. Yeah.
Bad or just superficial?
Second degree burns, where literally I had the blister popping out, kind of thing.
Really?
Yes, quite nasty, actually. Yeah.
Did you go to the doctor or just pack it in ice and a bit of sorbet cream?
Actually, I didn't pack it in ice. I just put it in the cold water. But the thing was that over time, the blisters formed. So I kind of just self-medicated the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got to be careful for not to get it infected.
No doubt. And it was my favorite wrist where I wear watches. Yeah.
Oh, there goes the Ploprov.
Not just the Plymouth, the Hamiltons, the Navy Timer, the Casios, everything.
Oh, how big's your wrist? How many watches do you wear?
How many watches do I wear? One. Couldn't possibly wear.
It's a bit like you're drinking. You don't have one drink, you have four.
Oh, I'm not that ambitious.
One watch, you have four.
I couldn't wear all my watches on one wrist. That would be just outrageous.
Yeah, go on.
I have worn like 2 big watches on one hand before, but that's my maximum. Yeah.
The Dodgers are selling their house in the UK, Alex.
Oh wow! Okay.
Packing and sorting they've got a lot of packing and sorting to do. Oh, there's a legend that's joined us now, Alex.
Who's that? Hello, D. How are you?
Hello, D.
Bombaro D.
A legend. Do you know where he has his house? Where is his house in the UK?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do you have auctions? Do they auction off houses in the UK?
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, I could volunteer to be a dummy bidder for the Dodgers. Bump up the price a little bit for them.
Yeah.
Bill, have you watched a TV series called Storage Wars before?
Storage Wars.
Storage Wars. It's a TV series where they have these empty storage containers, and then they auction the unclaimed content from these storage containers.
Yeah. I have watched a little bit, but it's all fake. They buy containers and then they stage them.
Oh, okay.
They were real, did you, Y2K?
I'm sorry?
You didn't think they were real, did you?
I think I just took it as for hilarious, for comedy. So I don't even know if it's real or not, but it seems very hilarious.
It's like
So I
if
just
you
take
go,
it as a comedy.
if you go in my reception, you'll see some artwork that had this young guy made for me. And it's like Rolex artwork, it's all paintings. And he said to me, "Hey, Alex, I'm going to be on TV soon." I went, "Oh, why? What, regarding your paintings?" He goes, No. I was paid by the film crew to walk into a pawnbroker's and to pretend to sell my Rolex to them for an extortionate price. And I was watching that program, believing it was real. I never watched it after that.
Is it like Pawn Stars? Like PAWN Stars?
Yeah, it was a Greek guy that owned the pawnbrokers. Posh Pawn, it was called.
Yeah.
That's reality television.
Yeah,
They
I
had
watched
stolen watches as well.
Oh my.
So they wouldn't give it back to me, so I had to get the police to go over and recover it.
What?
Yeah, they wouldn't give it back because what I think happened was is that they loaned out on the watch prior to checking it. And then they loaned out the money and then they checked it and then it got flagged up and it was my watch.
Oh.
So they were being a bit funny. So then the police had to go down and recover it. James. That's, I think, the guy's name, James.
Yeah. Yeah, don't you think those storage containers? Isn't it surprising how the ones that they put that they buy are the ones that have got all the goods in them?
Exactly.
But no Rolexes in them.
Yeah, but some of them. I saw one of them. They had some sort of sports car in there, and they had. Oh, they're always making money off. Oh, I can sell this and I can sell that, and I was just thought, yeah, right.
Hey, Bill.
Yep.
Here's the Patek that I was telling you about.
I like your little hammer there, Alex. That solves all you take
It solves all the problems.
That's right. You take out all your frustrations with that little thing, don't you?
Yeah. That solves all the problems.
Now, what Patek is that?
I don't even know. I forgot the caliber number.
Okay. Is it a dual time?
It's a dual time, yeah, and it's chronograph.
Dual time chronograph.
Yeah, automatic.
And how thick is that? Now I'm curious to know how thick is that watch? Is that a chunky monkey? Now that we've got Y2K here.
Yeah, it's a chunky monkey.
Hey. What's that supposed to mean, huh, Bill?
It's a phrase that you use quite often. Doesn't
I
mean
admit I do like chunky monkeys.
There you go.
You might be careful when you say that Y2K.
Why?
You might be on the wrong channel.
I'm on your channel. How far can we go from your channel?
How many mil thick is that, Alex? Is that 14?
It is. Let me check.
10? D knows his watches. 59009.
13 mil approximately.
Well, there you go. See, all
D's
these.
right. Yeah, D's right. 5990. Is it chronograph?
Guess how much the watch is there? Guess how much it is?
60.
175 to 195.
Wow. Good grief.
Watch. I just clicked on it, Alex. It says Watch Center is selling it for 100. Yeah, you're right. 175 sterling.
Yeah.
These have gone up in demand since then for quite some time.
Crazy money.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that, but I'm interested in the thickness of the watch.
It's about, I think it's measured about 13.
Well, considering it has so many, functions on it, we're talking a chronograph. We've got a date. It's got a dual time, and it's only 13 mil thick.
Yeah.
That's impressive. You know, I mean,
This is more you, Bill.
What's that? Yeah.
More of you.
This is very Bill. All blinged out and built up.
You with this on drinking an espresso martini.
Oh my God.
Factory diamonds, Alex?
No, no. Cartier declined to work on it, so I worked on it. I'll show you something else that's really nice. Banayeldi's watch.
It's what I was saying to you. The point I was trying to make, Alex, is these high-end watches, people don't realize that, the thinner the higher the quality, the thinner they are.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
You've got other watches that are 14 and 15 mils, and they've got no functionality on them. They've got a date.
No, I agree with you, definitely.
Very tasteful watch.
A Quartz. What are they worth?
Probably about 7 to 10, this.
I've been thinking about a Quartz Rolex.
Yeah, Quartz, Oyster Quartz Day, yeah. 18 carat.
Wow.
Lovely. I'll put it on.
These are already almost like vintage already, aren't they?
Yeah. It's a bit tight on me, but all right. Feel like
It's squeezing the life out of you, Alex.
It looks like a PRX, doesn't it, Alex?
Yes, it looks like a PRX. You're right, Bill. It looks like the gold Tissot PRX.
When it's the glares on the glass and you can't actually see the dial, it looks like a PRX.
The shape of the case, everything.
I feel like BQW watches now. Look what we got in stock.
The difference is no one's pitching prices at you, Alex. Instant sales right out the door.
Do you know? I've seen your workshop many times on the screen, Alex. You know how many times? Heaps, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Out of everything in that in your workshop that I can relate to is that hammer.
I've got a bigger hammer than that, Bill.
Don't encourage him, Bill. Don't encourage him.
It's the only thing I can relate to. If I went into his workshop and they said, "Bill, here you go, work with some of these tools," the only thing I'd pick up is that hammer. Everything else is foreign to me.
One of my friends who repaired like a cheap watch for this customer, and they agreed a price. So he fitted the glass in the watch, and he said, "Right, this is the price." He goes, "Well, I've changed my mind. I don't want to pay that much." So do you know what my friend did? He got the hammer and smashed the glass and gave him the watch back. So there you go. You're back to square one.
What?
Yep.
But that's a way to do it.
But Bill, Alex's workshop is not complete without us seeing his wrist, with his IWC. Ooh, Hublot.
Yeah, it's all plastic packed. So I've just finished this off. It was a big job. It's come out really nice. Chris wants to see his Omega. Let's get his Omega out. the Omega.
Ah, Planet Ocean. Very beautiful. The condition's really good.
Yeah, I balloted it, so it looks great, doesn't it?
He's kept it in really good condition.
Strap's a bit
Bit used, but still all right.
Yeah, you can't really clean them because it damages them. So I don't like to.
Is it a rubber strap? Is it a rubber strap?
It's a rubber strap, like a rubbery strap. Yeah.
It looks like one of those two type of straps, like inside rubber, something on the leather outside. Yeah.
Yeah, the bracelet I'm still polishing. So. It's a lovely piece, though, isn't it?
That's a signature Planet Ocean for the longest time.
Yeah.
It's a signature look.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't like on those watches, and it's just me, is that bloody escape valve.
What, at 10 o'clock, Bill?
Yeah, it just sticks out. It just. Otherwise, no, I don't like it. I don't know why. That's one of the reasons why I've never bought one of those watches.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's not quite bad, Alex. I mean.
I have to admit, I've just made an error. That was actually because Chris's watch is similar to that watch. This is actually another customer's watch, so I have to apologize. Yeah, sorry. I've almost finished his watch off. I'm still valeting it, but I saw this watch and automatically thought it was his, but this is another client's watch. So I'm still working on his watch. So that was my error.
Do you get many Cleopatra coming in, Alex?
I get quite a lot of these coming in.
Planet Oceans?
Yeah, but not a lot of flow props. No, vintage ones. I've done one or two before, but not a huge amount.
The Von Cruel has made a very interesting feedback. Rubber and leather hybrid is a thing to never own one of those. I think the design is really for comfort. Those who prefer leather on the inside, I'm one of them. Because I do sweat quite a lot and I hate having leather on my wrist when it's really hot.
Yeah, because it just the sweat.
It stinks. Yeah, I mean, it stinks after a while, and it's kind of hard to clean leather.
It's not easy, is it?
No. Yeah, you're right, Alex. I really hate it. And especially if you get those. Okay, I admit that sometimes I get those aftermarket leather straps, and they're not really like proper leather. So
yeah.
if you're allergic to leather, you start getting hot. If you're wearing like a jacket, and you're gonna get itchy after a while on your wrist, which I have had before.
Yeah, no, I agree. You've got to be careful with it.
I migrated to using mesh straps now. I love mesh.
Mesh
is
good.
the best. Yeah. Oh yeah, mesh is the best. Best of both worlds. Alex, you still wearing the IWC?
I am, but I've polished it because I'm selling it, so I don't want to put it on.
Oh.
So I've got it in the safe.
You going to gun for the Bulgari?
Bulgari, yeah. I think I'm going to go for the Bulgari. I don't want to have. I'm not into like. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Wonderful.
Definitely.
I'm just looking at the Finissimo's specs. Pretty impressive, actually.
Oh yeah, it's honestly you have to see one to appreciate them.
Great watch.
It's got 60 hours of power reserve, titanium.
So,
It's going to be really nice at night.
Such a small watch. I think it's quite a lot.
And the profile is actually quite flat, so it's not really be like bulging. And the watch face looks like, how should I call it? You know those pencil sketches that you used to do when you were in art class or something?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think the design concept for the watch face actually has drawn some inspiration from that ideology of pencil sketching. So I think they've adopted that to the Finissimo watch face. Yeah.
We need to adjust this a bit more. Just a slight bit more.
Chris Mathis says this working from home is very relaxing. What type of work? I don't know what type of work he's doing from home. If working from home means going on YouTube.
Oh, come on. Working from home is the best idea ever.
Yeah, working from home where you get paid to go on you and watch YouTube.
Hold on, Bill. How do you know the people in the office are not on YouTube on their telephones?
I think that would. I'm not sure whether they would or they wouldn't, but I would find that a bit more difficult to make yourself a cuppa, turn on the YouTube, and just sit and relax, and no one looks over your shoulder. You don't have to change your screen when someone walks past.
That's why you have privacy screen protectors in your monitors and phones.
How does that work? What do you mean privacy screen?
Oh, they're basically like a film. So if you they do sell it for laptops and also for monitors and cell phones. So when you put this film on the phone, it not just protects the phone screen, which means if you're on the subway or the train, people who are sitting to your left and right can't see what you're seeing on the screen. You can, because you're looking straight at it from a direct angle. Anybody from the left and right can't see it. So they just see a bit black pieces, like a black film. But you can see everything on it. Yeah. It's a privacy screen, basically. I like Chris Matter. Don't let the boss know. Sorry, Bill.
If someone stands behind you, they can see it.
Well, that's disturbing. Standing behind you.
Well, no, I'm talking about someone walking past. You're facing the screen, and someone walks past behind you, would be able to see your screen.
Oh,
and if that just happens to be the boss that walks past, well, no matter how many privacy screens you've got, you get busted. Whereas at home, you got no problem.
The best part about working from home is you don't need to pay for petrol. You just pay for the utilities, and you can appear in a meeting in half pajamas, half suit. Hello, Lux Support.
Oh, he was on before and he left. Came back again.
Oh.
He may have gone to have some. He may have had meatball and what was it? Noodle soup.
Haven't got Mr. GMT here.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, Mr. GMT, how are you doing?
How he's going?
Haven't seen him in a long time.
I was just working, so I've been busy, very busy, and I was playing around with the computer, so I thought I'd jump on.
Oh, it's good to see you.
Always good to see you, Mr. Superman.
What's been happening?
Not much, really. Same old. Are you not doing your shows anymore?
I now I've been very busy. Very busy. So I can't, unfortunately.
Well,
How
that's a
about
good
you
thing.
guys? Sorry?
That's a good thing, though, yeah.
Yes, very. Extremely. It's been very hard lately. I've had a few other problems. I've been staying away.
Oh, fair enough.
A break is good as a holiday, they say. So that's all right.
Yeah. I just
Hey.
thought I'd come quickly on and just see what you guys are doing.
Hey, we're just having a look at some of the watches that Alex has fixed, having a bit of a chat.
Oh yes.
That sounds good. What have
Are
you
you
been
driving it?
fixing? What have you been fixing?
I'm just working on a lady's Rolex at the moment and a vintage Datejust.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they weren't here earlier, Alex, when you were doing the, which I found interesting, servicing an automatic movement.
The quartz movement, yeah.
Quartz movement, sorry.
Yeah.
Quartz
Bit
movement,
of
which
quartz.
is interesting. Because you don't see that often. You see all the other watches that you service, but, you know, a quartz movement isn't something that
It's not
you...
sexy.
Sorry?
It's not sexy to service.
No, that's right. It's not very common, which makes it all the more interesting.
I'm not saying that because that's what GMT says. I just thought.
I was waiting for that. Now, look, I've got to go, but I thought quickly jump on and say hello and see what you guys are doing.
That's right. No, it's good to
Always
hear.
good. Nice to hear you back.
Yeah, well, I won't be back for a little bit, but yeah, I'll pop on when I can.
Okay,
That's
then.
right. Bufaris
Okay.
is saying hello to you as well.
Oh, okay. How you going, buddy? Hope everything's well. But yeah, it's nice to see you guys, and we'll definitely catch up.
Take care. Yeah.
Absolutely.
No worries. All the
Take
best.
care, boys. Ciao.
Good to hear from you.
Take care.
Good to see you. Stay sexy, boys. Ciao.
Likewise.
Right. I'm going to go and grab some lunch. I'm going to leave the live stream on. So, if you want to carry on.
Yeah, well, so how long will you be, Alex?
I literally just need to get some chicken and some rice. So I'll be about 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's good. I'll chat to Y2K. Who else is on with us? I can't even see who's on.
It's just us both and Alex.
Okay. Have you seen this? I'm going to show you a watch. I can't share it, but I'll put it in the
Private chats.
Oh yeah, we can do that as well. Look, I've been looking at this watch. It's just come up. It's a new release.
Ooh, okay. I'm going to be quite surprised at which. Ooh, let me see this one. So branding, Horage.
Yeah.
Interesting. When was this launched? Do you have any information on this?
Oh, the page that I've given you, if you scroll down, it's just been now. If you scroll down, it'll give you the dates. So they had a pre-release late December, late November 21, and then they've got more orders in April. So you can pre-order in October now. And they've got different prices. It It's a bit expensive, but it offers quite a bit.
Would you have any idea why the pricing is as is? Oh,
What do you mean?
5,000. Would you have any idea why the pricing is priced as it is?
I don't know what their logic behind it is. It's a no-name brand compared to the others, isn't it?
Haraj. Okay. For some bits and pieces, some of the watch faces, they do look like the brand Nokain. I hope I'm pronouncing it correct. Nokain, Norqain.
Yeah.
It looks a little bit like a Nokain, but I can't really. I have to do a side-by-side comparison. But in terms of what seems to be the launch iconic signature model, is this K2 GMT, which I'm seeing here. So I think the question would be to look at the movement already, to see what we're looking at in terms of the movement. Ooh, it's a diver. Okay. Surprised me for a moment there. Didn't know GMT or diver. Oh, GMT and a diver. 200 meters. Okay, that's not bad. 200 meters. So I see what they've done. Talk about tungsten standard and platinum upgrade. Okay, but this is on the inside with the micro rotor. And what caught your eye to this, Bill?
I'm just having a look at the. You mentioned the Norqain watches. I'm having a look at them.
Yes.
I can see
Nokain
it.
is really popular in Switzerland.
Is it?
I think globally, yes. When I was in a town called Zermatt, and I didn't go to Zurich, but when I was in Zermatt, it's very popular. And Nokain is actually quite a popular brand because they, apparently in Switzerland especially, and it's starting to stretch out to have a more global presence. I think the marketing team is pushing the brand Nokain a bit, so it's starting to warm up itself into the watch market. Yeah.
I've just put in the YouTube chat a link to Norqain. If people want to click on it and tell us what they think. So you reckon these watches are big in Switzerland?
The Nokain?
Yeah.
Yes. They actually have a sole standalone boutique, just strictly for Nokain, in Zermatt. So if anybody who's in the chat, if you're curious about Nokain, they actually use this guy who's actually, I think he's interacting with animals or something, as almost like their brand ambassador for Nokain. And it's also been, they have also used athletes, I think somewhat national athletes or Olympic athletes, to try and sell the brand as well. Yeah. But the chief, I will use what like chief ambassador would be. Okay, I found the guy's name. Dean Schneider. Dean Schneider. Let me see. Yeah. So
this
Dean
is the one where you can get your name engraved on the side of the watch.
Is that right? Okay, that part I'm not very sure about, the engraving of the name. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a little tag on the side. I think I've seen these before. They've got a little tag on the side. Yeah. Which is removable. It's got their name, but you can also remove it and replace it with one with your name or any engraving that you want on it.
Okay.
So I'll click. If you click on the second one on YouTube, it says Adventure Sport. If you click on that, you should You open that up. I'll just try it myself. It'll show you the side of the. Oh no, you've got to. The watch will come up, and then you've got to click on the arrows, and then you'll see a picture of the side of the watch with Norcane
Okay.
engraved on it. Can you see that?
It hasn't appeared on the YouTube chats. I think Alex has to approve it.
Not the YouTube chats. The YouTube chat. Haven't you seen? Isn't it up?
No, it's not. It's not being shown. I think it has to be approved. So
What do you mean?
yeah, I'm not seeing it on my screen. Let me refresh it.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't see it on the YouTube chats. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it has to be approved.
Okay. Oh, so here I was thinking I was putting up a thing and it's not appearing.
Which category did you click under? Those watches, straps, about us?
Now I just typed in hi. Did you see that?
Yes, that I can see.
Oh,
But I
okay.
think the links, maybe links.
Oh,
will not go through.
here I was putting the links up thinking people were clicking on it and they couldn't. Okay. How am I going to do that?
It's okay. No worries. I think I can just Google Nocaine and engravement, these two
Yeah,
keywords.
no. There, have a look at that in the private chat. Can you see the one in the private? Click on it.
Yes, that I can see.
The reason I put it into the YouTube chat is because I wanted
everyone to see.
everyone to see it. Yeah, what we're talking about, rather than.
Oh right, because we can't share the screen. We need.
No, we need Alex.
Yeah.
We can't share the screen. Otherwise, I'd put it up on the screen and show everyone what we're talking about.
Oh, no worries. Right, I can see it now.
So Lux Report went for dinner. I wonder what Lux Report had for dinner. If he's still there, maybe he can tell us.
Yeah. I think you're right about one thing about the Nocaine. The engraving is something a bit on the special side. So I think as a watch brand, they're one of the few that offer this extra service for customers and clients. Yeah.
He had Korean. What does that mean? Yeah. Do you understand when someone says I had Korean?
There's it's either barbecue, Korean barbecue, yes, Lux Report, or did you eat the lovely bibimbap? Because there's the bulgogi, which is the high-end beef barbecue, or you can have the pork wrapped in lettuce. Is it romaine lettuce? Yes, Korean barbecue. I thought so. Yeah, Korean barbecue. Always good. Did you, Lux? I hope that you had mixed it up with some. What do you call that? Soju, which is their liquor. It's really nice. Yeah.
See, when I read that, I had Korean. I'm thinking he ate a Korean.
I think when I used to think of it that way for a while, and then I was like, oh, okay. I had Chinese. They were like, okay. So I think, yeah. Ate a full Korean person.
That's right, but but when you say a particular ethnic dish or dishes or Korean, for instance, how many foods do the Koreans cook? I mean, I'm sure they don't cook just once. So
I would say many.
Yeah,
I think the barbecue is the highlight of it. Yeah. Some of the Koreans are freezer for later. From prawn quail. So
that's it.
Oh, Lux, actually, I'll address Lux's question. Everyone knows Indian is curry. I would say if it depends on because apparently if you say in Singapore, if you said like Indian food is curry, it can be a bit biased because there are different Indians from different areas. So you have the North Indians, you have the South Indians. So they both eat something very different. I think, is it the South Indians are a bit more darker in terms of the skin color, and the North Indians are more like the ones who are fairer. And so the cuisines that both eat are very different. They have the naan, and the other one's called like I can't remember what's the name of it already. Yeah, yes, Lux Report, you're right. It could be biryani because curry is one key dish, and it's like universally known. But biryani apparently is also very well known as well. It's like a staple dish already. Biryani, so it's biryani with like chicken or biryani with mutton.
Y2K. Let's put it this way: if someone said to me, if Lux said, I've gone and eaten Greek tonight, and I'm thinking, I'm Greek. How would I know what he ate?
The first thing I think is Greek salad.
There's a multitude of dishes that, I ate Greek tonight. Oh, I wouldn't have a clue what he ate.
That is the challenge.
And then you're throwing in, I ate Korean, and I have no idea about Korean cuisine. You've lost me even more.
For giggles, the best part you could think about is when people talk Korean, there is an old joke that used to say, is it the North or the South? Because I think for South Korea, which is what we all know all the time, it's always been, barbecue, which is popular. Then, of course, you can't do all Korean cuisines always have the condiments. So like the little appetizers and condiments, which includes like bean sprouts, bean curd, you call it a bit like fried bean curd, and then you would have kimchi as well, which is like a fermented cabbage. There we go, Von Krell. Yes, kimchi is the other thing. Yes. But now we know. It's like if I could say.
Right, let me ask you about Korean barbecue. Why is we specify Korean barbecue? Is that any different to American barbecues or any other barbecue that anyone would do anywhere else in the world?
I think the process of cooking is
we don't say Japanese barbecue, and yet they probably barbecue as much as anyone else.
Oh, the Japanese, when you talk about barbecue, they have a special term for that. It's called teppanyaki. So teppanyaki is like the chef actually cooks in front of you, and normally the chef has two spatulas, and they will actually flip beef, chicken, or pork, or even fish. And it's basically a chef cooking in front of you, and then they put it in your dish, which is so each dish, like the beef, the veggies, and everything is all cooked itself, including like octopus. So teppanyaki is more like it's more of sitting down, getting the feel of the experience of a live chef in front of you being cooked. Yeah. Well, for Korean barbecue, it's popular because one key word is you can eat till you drop, because they have this high-grade beef, which is called bulgogi, B-U-L. For those in the chat, if you're curious, I think you spell it as B-U-L something. Yes, I got it. B-U-L-G-O-G-I. So it's one of the key things that when you eat in a Korean barbecue, you have to have bulgogi, because, Bill, have you heard of Wagyu beef?
Yep.
Okay, so when we talk about Wagyu beef, which is supposedly like the best grade of beef, so the different grades of beef. So Wagyu is kind of like at that tier of high grade beef. So bulgogi is in Korean barbecue a must-have in terms of Korean barbecue. So for Korean barbecue, the process of cooking is quite similar to most barbecue. So you can do it over open flame, or you can do it on top of like a pit itself. Yeah.
But Wagyu beef isn't actually beef, is it? It's slab of fat with a bit of meat in it.
I think that's a very good question, because I think it's more of the flavor itself. So I think the thing is that I think in terms of the price point, why would people pay for it? I think a lot of it goes to the flavor and the grade itself. Yeah. So I think if I remember correctly, the Wagyu beef is from the native Asian cattle. So Wagyu is the word that they use for like only like for Japanese beef cattle. So if we break the two words down, wa and gyu, wa means Japanese, gyu means cow. And I think the selection process for cows that are meant for Wagyu cooking is selected on the cow's physical endurance itself. Yeah, I think, yeah, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
We have a question. Korean barbecue, it means you barbecue the meat at your table, doesn't it?
It depends. Concrel, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So you have two choices. Either you cook it at your table, or they can do it in the kitchen for you. Because if it's any fun consolation, anybody who goes for Korean barbecue in a restaurant, you've got to hope that everything that you carry with you, including what you wear on your back, is going to reek of Korean barbecue. Which means if you spray your lovely like Kevin Klein perfume as you go inside, when you come out of the restaurant, you're not going to smell like Kevin Klein. You're going to smell like a Korean barbecue, and it's quite pungent. So yes, Korean barbecue is a bit. There's a signature experience. It's the smell that sticks to your clothing or your bags. Basically, anything that has a fabric will reek of a Korean barbecue. It's not a bad smell. It's just that the sauces and everything, yeah, it's a lot. And if you want to cook it at your table, it's fine. But if you want the chef to do it, obviously you miss out the experience of it, because if you cook it at the table, it kind of means that you get to feel it. You kind of feel how it is to cook, because when you see the beef, some people like it at different doneness. Would you like it medium rare, or would you like it well done? Or yeah, so I think if you flip the meat, when you see the meat's almost turning, well, I wouldn't use it brown, but like dark, you kind of flip it around. So I think it's an experience, Concrete, when you do Korean barbecue. So cooking at the hello Sad, hello. So yes, it's me, Sad.
Saad is back. Welcome back, Saad.
So cooking
He left us and came back.
Saad's been around, like the Beach Boys song. Well, I think the defining feature. Concrete, when we talk about defining feature, what would you call the defining feature of it? Is it the experience, or would you call it the whole process of doing the cooking? But in general, Korean barbecue is a meal that is done with it's always fun to do in a big group, because you get lots of people, and then you drink it with this you can have it with cold or warm barley tea, which is actually really nice. I think there are two types of tea. There's one is the wheat tea, and it's the barley wheat tea. So something that if that's make it not kill. Okay. So I think Korean barbecue, you can do it as a single person. So I think the experience is that you must, for every Korean barbecue, you must have meat. The defining feature is the meat itself. Yeah. Which when you go for Korean barbecue, if you get the buffet option, you can go to the buffet and then you pick out what you want, and then in your plate you bring it back to your table and you can cook it at your table. That's the fun part. So if you don't have any meat, especially for people who are vegetarians or vegans, they will find it a bit challenging, because there are vegetables in Korean barbecue, but there isn't much in terms. I think there is like the seaweed, the bean sprouts, the long bean sprouts, the long beans, and romaine lettuce. I think they use romaine lettuce, and a few other veggie dishes, and vermicelli, transparent vermicelli noodles. So that would be fine for people who are vegetarians and vegans, but beyond that, they would really miss out on the sauces. And let's not forget the kimchi too, the kimchi, which is fermented. So As with every Korean meal, whether it's a barbecue meal or it's just a ramen, you have to have kimchi, and if it's a barbecue, you must have meat, definitely. Yeah. Lux report. I love the whole experience. It is. I just don't like the experience after you leave because you smell like a Korean barbecue, and you can't run away from people who. Well, the funny thing in Lux report is that if you went to someone's house and after the Korean barbecue, they can literally smell that you've been to Korean barbecue. And they would be like, "Oh, you went to Korean barbecue, didn't you?" And you're like, "Yes, I did go to the Korean barbecue." So the only way to do it is to dump the clothes in a bag and wear something new. But now you've got to worry about your hair. And good evening to Saad. Welcome as well.
Hello, Saad. How are you?
Hope you're doing well, Saad. Oh,
Yeah.
Lux, don't say that. Sorry, Bill.
I'll tell you something funny tonight. Y2K. We
Go
spent
ahead.
how many months on Marcelo's channel? We never discussed cooking or restaurants, and yet we've done more cooking discussion and restaurant discussion on Alex's channel that hasn't got anything to do with cooking than we did then.
I have to agree with you because I think when we were on... Okay, let me be very professional. When we were on Marcelo's channel, I think you were busy generating the quizzes, the questions, the trivia, and
Doesn't matter.
the jokes. And I think I was just coming up with like the history channel. I was just coming at the history channel of like the watch brand, and then maybe like looking at buy.
It doesn't
or
matter.
not
It was just
buy.
no, I understand. It's just an observation.
Yes.
Like I said, I've had a few flashbacks at the moment, and that was one of them just then. I thought, my God, look at this. We're talking about restaurants and food, and we didn't do that how many months ago? And we were actually in a restaurant.
And the funny part is that the host of the previous channel that you and I used to be on was running a restaurant.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I think it's a new. I would say like, because I think we always had to be in a certain frame of mind when we were on on Marcelo's channel. So I wouldn't use the word chore, the word like CHORE, but I think we kind of had some kind of objectives that we had to fulfill and achieve. So we were more objective minded, like we're trying to get this done, then we move on to something else kind of thing. It was not more like a casual chat. Yeah.
No, that's right.
Lux report, don't worry about that because what's interesting, Lux report, while you're in Asia, yes, and talking about hair, apparently hair loss is actually quite prevalent these days, not just amongst certain ethnic groups or certain nationalities, because of the number one, you've got genetics to play with. Number two, you also have the foods that you eat that affect your hair growth and everything. So there's the question of keratin, which is a protein that helps hair to grow. So in order to help hair grow, it also depends on a diet as well as stress. So apparently stress, which is a third factor, plays a big part, especially when it comes to hair loss. And the strangest thing is, back in the day, before we had so much technology, Bill, people were fine. We didn't have so many problems. We didn't have people having myopic eyesight. We didn't have people wearing glasses. Now you have people wearing more glasses, people losing hair and all those things. You've got obesity. So it's a lot got to do with the diet and the kind of food that you have, that you're actually available to buy. So,
well,
there are...
I tell you, I have to tell you one thing, Y2K.
Yeah.
The Chinese hierarchy don't have a problem with baldness or grey hair. I have never seen anyone from China that is, you know, Xi Jinping and all the others. Have you seen any of them bald? Not one of them. Have you seen anyone with grey hair? None of them. They don't age at all. Maybe they're stress free. Maybe you're right.
Bill, I think they dyed their hair. I would say that if look at the population,
and they wear wigs as well.
well, the old Chinese emperor, for those who are history buffs, if you watch the film called The Last Emperor of China, back in the day, they used to have men who were having long braids. That's they call it the Qing, Qin, the Qing style of hairstyle of the old ways, where you kind of like partially bald, but you had a braid. So they would actually be wearing that, and
then you have the Japanese samurai. They used to shave their heads to make themselves look bald.
it depends. I think based on the class of the samurais. I think, yeah.
Go figure that one out.
The samurais?
No, not being bald, but shaving your head in such a way that makes you look bald.
Yeah, but I think I think men in general have changed the way how they perceive themselves these days. So I think that hair is actually part of nowadays is actually a growing concern about like image. Yeah.
Breaking news, sorry.
Go
Bofaris has just announced that he just got a call from an AD offering him a green Seamaster 300.
Go or no go? Interesting. So, Bill, what do you think?
I don't know. I have to see it. A green Seamaster 300. I'm going to look it up.
So, the one that Bofaris is talking about was brought up quite some time ago. It was also recently launched, this 300 green Seamaster. It's a bit on the olive green side in terms of color. So for people who are imagining how the Seamaster, we think of the template of the Seamaster, and then with add on the color scheme of olive green.
Yes. I can see a picture of it. It's a nice looking watch.
Yes.
Now, Bofaris, is it with the bracelet or with the rubber strap? I'd probably go for. I'd get the bracelet and then buy the rubber strap separately.
Bofaris been offered to watch.
Yeah.
Take a look, Alex. He's asking go or no go for the green Seamaster 300, the olive green one.
Discount or no discount?
I don't think they'll discount it.
With bracelet, says Bofaris. With bracelet.
Okay. Does he have a Seamaster in his collection?
Question for Bofaris from Bill is what?
15%.
15. Wow, okay.
Not bad.
Not to sound like a cheapo, Bofaris, any discount is better than no discount.
Does he have any Seamasters at all?
I think the question I would ask Bofaris is, how do you feel about it? And if you have an opportunity, go down to the AD and try it on and see how how you feel about having the watch on your wrist.
It's a nice looking watch.
Bufaris says he used to have Seamasters in his collection. Do you like it, Bufaris? That's the first question, especially when anybody asks about a piece, and I would say, like, do you like it? I had one blue, says Bufaris. Is it the 2531.80, the one with the wavy dial? Yes. Good about that feedback, Sad. It's not about cheapo. Even trillionaires ask for discount. Yes, very true. Okay. So Bufaris says he had a blue Seamaster, wavy dial series. So
Yeah.
that would be the 90s.
Same one as this. This is a wavy dial too. I like it, but for one thing,
Which is
the the helium escape valve, that thing that sticks out at 10 o'clock. I think I've said it before.
Why do you not like it?
Don't know. It annoys me. It's just this object that doesn't do anything.
Where it is an escape valve.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. It's not something that, it's not a function that actually works.
It's like tits on a bull.
Sorry, a function that you'll never use rather than never works. It does work.
It's like tits on a bull.
That's right.
Alex, what?
It's like having tits on a bull.
Okay.
They serve no purpose. Oh, this one does, but unless you're a diver, in which case, perhaps. But otherwise, it just sits there. For me, it's annoying, but for others, it could be a thing of beauty. But I do like the colour. So we haven't given Bufaris an answer, have we?
So for you, Bill, would you go or no go?
Me personally, I wouldn't buy it because of that reason. Look, I've looked at. That's the one reason why I haven't bought any Seamasters, any of these diver Seamaster. I have a Seamaster, but it isn't a diver Seamaster. If Omega didn't have that valve there, I probably would have bought one.
But that pretty much alienates pretty much almost all the current
That's
Seamaster
right.
series.
That's right. For me. But Bufaris has had one before, so he may like it. So therefore, if he likes the colour, I reckon he should go for it.
My advice to Bufaris is put it on your wrist, get a feel of it, and I do this when I buy watches, just to share. If your AD allows you to take a photo of the watch on your wrist, okay, do that. But at the same time, if they have a full-length mirror, what I would say is walk to the full-length mirror, stand there, and then stand from a distance, and then stand close to the mirror. And from there, that's for me though. I'll actually know if I like it or if I don't like it at that point. Aside from the movements and all those other aesthetics.
We know you wouldn't like it, Y2K, because it's not a chunky monkey.
I beg to differ, Bill, because I have Omega watches have a special place in my heart. That being said, yes, I do like chunky monkeys. And I think I've actually tried almost all of the current Seamasters, and I still have my Pierce Brosnan Seamaster and the what do you call the other one? The chrono, the one with the chrono. So the reference number is 2599.80. So that one is really, it's a unique piece, and I like it because there's the weight, there's the heft, and it may not be as huge as the Proplov, but it's still it's a likable piece. Yeah. But the one key thing that, just to balance things out, when Bufaris is talking about the green Seamaster, so people were saying like, oh, if they couldn't get the Rolex Hulk, they would actually go for this one. So it's only fair to bring up that people actually have spoken about this. If they couldn't get the Hulk and they wanted a green diving piece, a quality green diving piece with green in color from a good brand, and they would definitely go for this one if they liked it. Yes. Bufaris says, still not sure about the bracelet. It doesn't taper down. For that, you have to try it on, Bufaris. Then see how it feels. Yeah. Von Krill, you brought up a very good thing, Von Krill. When Jamie and I were looking at pieces at the Omega boutique, the lights that they used in the boutique was so bright. They were almost like sunlight bright, and the tube lighting, I call it the tube lighting, they were dangling from the ceiling. They were just about 30 centimeters from our head, and they were really bright, but it really made the watches very beautiful. So in terms of it, the lighting in the boutique can actually affect how the piece looks. And especially when you turn the watch to look at the movement behind, all that lighting actually makes it even better. Yeah. In terms of movement, I would say Bufaris. I think Alex would be the better person to answer this question. Interesting, Bill, that you think that that all of Y2K's pieces have to be chunky monkeys.
Yep, they have to.
Yes, they have to also fit a certain criteria. It's not just all chunky monkeys.
Chunky monkey. I heard that again.
Well, you can wear a chunky monkey too, Alex.
Because I'm a chunky monkey, you see.
See, you can pull off the IWC Big Pilot, and I remember you had a Speedmaster, yes?
Oh, I'm still wearing it now. Yeah, I'm wearing it now.
And the Speedmaster it looks small.
It's like I'm wearing my son's watch.
Sorry?
It's like I'm wearing my son's watch.
Yes. So you've got a bigger wrist than I do. So, yeah. I'm just waiting for the Ultra Deep to come out. So we'll see what happens.
What's the ultra deep?
So in 2020, was it in 2022 or 2021? So Omega is launching a new line within the Planet Ocean series. So they had this series called the Ultra Deep series. It falls under the Planet Ocean collection in Omega. So these Ultra Deep, they basically the key aspect is that they have a depth resistance of 6,000 meters. Let me see if I can send you that link, Bill.
And I bet you they are chunky monkeys.
Well, that depends until I put it on my wrist.
6,000 meters.
Yes, 45.5 millimeters in terms of diameter. So it's very hard to tell because all we have are images now, and wrist to wrist, you can't really compare like to like until you get to try it on. Yeah.
Well, tell me, I've had a look at a picture of it. Planet Ocean, 600 meter coaxial chronometer, 45 millimeter.
You mean 6,000 meters for the Planet Ocean? The Ultra Deep? Yes.
Yeah, 6,000 meters. It's a 45 millimeter watch. And it has no little thing sticking out at 10 o'clock.
And what does Bill say to that now? Now that
Why?
there's no
No,
escape.
I want to know why.
Why?
Why can they make such a chunky monkey watch without one, and yet the other 300 has to have that thing sticking out the side?
Good question.
And why would you want to buy an ultra deep watch? You're going to go swimming with the whales.
I think this is purely
And
Omega
if they say 6,000 meters, when will you ever test the fact that it actually goes down 6,000 meters? Never.
Perhaps not. Yeah.
Unless you sort of tie it on the end of a fishing rod and throw it into and just count the depth that the thing drops down into, hoping that a fish doesn't swallow it before you reel it back up again.
That's 18,050. That's 18,050 Singapore dollars into the drink. If we were to throw that into the drink and hope that a fish doesn't
So
swallow it.
you would buy this watch if you like it?
It's hard for me to appreciate that, even though I do have a personal liking towards Omega watches, because I felt that they should have made a revised version of the Ploplof than this. But I'm not Omega, so I can't really dictate where the direction they should go. But I've always felt the Ploplof was really like the ultimate diving piece within the Omega line. Yes.
It's so ultimate that they discontinued it.
Oh, thank you, Alex. You had to throw that stone into my beautiful glass building.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Sorry. You would have a chunky monkey range, wouldn't you?
Of course. If money was not an issue, of course, why not?
You know how thick it is? Do you know
Which
the
one?
thickness of it? This watch that you're interested in. You know how thick it is?
Thickness. Let us take a look.
I'll tell you, 28 millimeters.
That's quite all right.
It's a 45 millimeter watch, 28 millimeters thick. That's what you call a chunky monkey, I tell you.
Oh, you mean for the ultra deep?
Yeah, 28 millimeters.
Are you looking at the one with the NATO strap or the bracelet one?
NATO.
Oh, the NATO one. Okay. Because thickness 18.16 millimeters. Yeah. It's still quite all right. Yeah. I think the chunkier ones I've seen would be like Panerai range already.
$28 millimeters. A Tudor watch is 15. This is 28. It's like having two Tudor watches on top of each other.
How big of a wrist do you have, Bill?
7.5.
Oh, okay.
And I wouldn't wear that watch.
So if the Seamasters didn't have the 10 o'clock escape valve, would you purchase one?
Yep. It's a drop
That's
of a
it?
hat. Yeah, that's the only thing that puts me off those watches. I don't know why.
I think with the new Ultra Deep, it's really a watch that's meant for desaturation diving. So they probably have adapted new ways of handling the pressure, and so I guess they can do away without the escape valve.
I think they still have an escapement valve. It's just
It's not that prominent. I think it doesn't stick out. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they don't have one.
What sort of diving do you do, Y2K?
Sorry?
What sort of diving do you do?
When? Like, I don't do diving at all. But previously, I used to. I worked in a UK oil and gas company. So when I first took a dip into, it was a controlled environment for commercial diving. So I put on a Kirby Morgan helmet and I wore like coveralls. And I think that was where even the whole process of diving itself got me interested into diving watches. Yeah. Because I think the feeling of it was just fun. Yeah.
Do you shallow dive?
Shallow dive for like holiday? I mean, like
Yeah.
leisure dive. Leisure dive. Snorkeling is the most I've done. That'll be it. Yeah, but never like scuba and all those. Yeah, snorkeling, yes, but not scuba because I think you need to have certification for those. Yeah, but I think commercial diving is really you dwell into the range of commercial diving, almost like what the oil and gas people do in Aberdeen. So like in Aberdeen or like in where is that place called? Or other areas where they do like oil drilling. So they would do the saturation diving. I think the whole experience is different when we compare it to leisure diving. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Y2K in the private chat. I've put a link. If you scroll through the link, you'll see how thick the watch is.
Oh, okay. Let me have a look. Thank you, Bill.
Alex,
Yes.
this is a question. I tried to, when you were away, put something in the YouTube chat,
Yeah.
and it didn't show up. It was just the link that I put in the private chat. I put in the YouTube chat for other people that were there to have a look at.
Yeah.
But it didn't show up. I don't know why. I've just put it up again on the YouTube chat. Does it show up?
No. No, it's not showing.
Yeah, Y2K said it's been blocked for for some reason. Maybe there's a setting or something.
Can you just type in the chat and see if it works?
I cut and paste the link. I can't type the whole link.
That's weird. I wonder why it's doing that.
I think only the admins can do it. Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to the private chat, Alex, and copy
Yeah.
what I put in, and then paste it, maybe that'll show up.
Is it the one I've already pasted?
The last one I put in, the last one on the list.
Yeah, it's the correct one.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's the correct one, isn't it?
It's the correct one.
Okay.
So, this article came out on March 31st, but Omega website, I would trust the details on the Omega website more.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying that if you scroll through this article, the second question, can you see how thick the watch is?
You mean like a visual assessment?
Yeah, you can see it in the photo.
Okay. Well, it pops up, and I've always worn watches that tend to be a bit higher.
That's 28 millimeters. Look at the thickness of it.
I've worn my Pro-Prof, and I don't feel that it sticks out.
I don't think your Pro-Plov is 28 millimeters thick.
Interesting. Yes and no, because sometimes when I wear a Pro-Prof, it gives me the impression that it's that thick, but I don't really feel it is. But I think this kind of watch is really something that's not meant to be worn in a dressy occasion. Yeah.
Only in combat zones.
Well, you could use the watch as a weapon if you wanted to. I think it's still quite all right, but realistically, you've got to put it on to feel the weight and to decide if this is something that's really too big or not. Yes.
You're just not a chunky monkey, Bill.
No, I'm not. But Y2K is.
I've got to train my arms more to be like Perpetual-Time so that I can wear more chunky monkeys.
Yeah. What do you do for arms, Y2K?
You know, there are the right terminology for the certain exercises for your wrists and arms, like bicep curls, tricep pulls. There's all these terms. So I don't really memorize the terms. I just remember which workouts I have to do, and just do it either do it in sequence, or if I do it if the machine is available. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I've done, what do you call those things? Skull breakers or something? The one that you lie down.
Blood crushers. That's tricep work, isn't it?
Oh yeah. But I don't quite like it because I feel like you can't go too heavy on those things. I mean, not things. You can't go too heavy in that position.
No, you can't.
So you're really limited to where you can really do. You know?
Yeah.
And I think the one that I do standing up is actually better, or the one that you sit down and you do the bicep curls. And there's one that you work on the wrist, not with heavy dumbbells, but with light to mid-range, and you just move your wrist. Do you know that one?
Oh, where you sit down and you move your wrists in front of it.
Yeah, that one. I know there's a right term for that one, but I just can't remember it. I just know the motion of it. You just move the wrist.
Yeah.
But you can't have heavy weights when you're doing that one, because it's just to help. It's just to work that bit of muscle there, Alex, is that why Paul was buying up all the Ploplovs?
I don't know what he was doing. He actually likes them.
I know. I've always pegged him as an AP and Rolex guy, and he just suddenly, I think he fell in love when he bought the white one, and then he just he went on a roll.
Yeah, he went on a roll, all right. Yeah.
I think the Botox has messed up his brain.
Botox.
I saw a little bit. I saw a little bit of that video that he did about what's it called? Anyway, where he talks about this lady. There's a lady on a couch. He's talking about Botox, and then this guy pops in. I didn't see the whole lot. And he's talking about how he cured his baldness by injecting his head full of fucking Botox.
He cured his baldness by injecting his head full of Botox.
Yeah, or something. Yeah, the guy that Paul Thorpe was talking in his video. And then he showed up, and then I saw a little bit of a close-up of his head, his shaven head, and I'm thinking that looks like a person with a full head of hair that shaved his head. I'm thinking, what kind of scam is this?
No, it's because of the pigmentation, isn't it? When you lose your hair, they re-pigment your hairline, don't they? So it looks like you've got a shaved head. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, so they tattoo your hair onto your head.
Yeah, to make it look like you've got like a very short. You know when you shave your head and you can see the your hair.
Jesus. And you don't think that's going to be evident by people looking at you going, what an idiot. What's he done? He's gone and tattooed his hair follicles on his head.
Look, do you know, at the end of the day, look, I put it like this, yeah? If Prince William is losing his hair and he
can't do anything about it, why would anyone else be able to fix it?
No, you can't do anything about it. If he's losing his hair like he is, then you can't do anything about it. Let's be honest. Come on. That's the way I look at it. Look, you can have hair transplants and all that, but then it becomes another thing to worry about, to maintain.
It's like people wearing toothpaste and pretending that no one knows that they're wearing a toupee.
Yeah, that's another thing as well. Because I know so many people that go to Turkey and have their hair done, and then they're left with like lines on the back of their head, or the hair falls out. It doesn't last long.
That's right, and no one notices. They're walking down the street, and no one goes, "Oh, that guy's had a hair transplant." It's so unnoticeable.
Yes, until the wind blows the toupee off.
No, they super glue it down. Don't worry.
So how do you wash your hair?
They don't.
What?
And don't. It's not only women that torture themselves over vanity, Y2K. There's silly men that do the same thing.
Oh, listen, I would love to have a full set of hair, but at the same time, you know, then you go to have a hair transplant, then you've got to maintain it, and then sometimes you have to take medication. No. Just leave it.
Alex, you still have hair, mate.
No, it's saying goodbye to me. It's wishing me well, Y2K.
So you could service watches, but you need someone to service your hair too. You know, over here they have treatments where they stick needles in your head. called acupuncture, and they stick needles in your head to stimulate the growth of hair. But they've got so many methods here of how to do the hair growth thing that it's outrageous, actually.
Look, you save money on haircuts.
Oh, Alex, the next time you see Paul, just tell him how white his teeth are.
Well, they're fake teeth, aren't they?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a dentist.
Yeah, they're fake.
They're fake teeth.
Oh, interesting.
Just come to Liverpool for a weekend. You'll see plenty of that.
Fake teeth.
Oh, it's everywhere. Yeah, it's everywhere. Yeah. I can't find a friend in the club. I just look for teeth.
Hey, do they fluoresce? Do they?
Yeah, like a diamond bill.
So if you put one of those ultraviolet lights on it,
It's gonna glow.
they glow, do they?
Yeah.
So aside from the watches, there's gonna be fluorescing. It will be the teeth that fluorescence too. Yeah, the loom that on the watches will be the fluorescing. Yeah.
Hey, Alex, I made an interesting observation before when you left.
Oh, go on.
We had about a 10-minute discussion about Korean barbecue and food and recipes and things like that for about 10 minutes. And I noticed that when we were on another channel inside a restaurant, we didn't discuss food as much as we did in the last 10 minutes.
Oh, Marcelo's.
Oh yeah.
We're in a restaurant and we never talked about food, and yet here we were on your channel discussing food. I thought, look at this.
Well, Bill, we've always been looking at Alex sitting in front of his PC, chomping on the veggies and the chicken breasts, or is it chicken strips?
So that was interesting. No, it stemmed from what was the Lux report going to dinner?
Ah,
We asked
yes,
him what
yes.
he ate, and he said he ate Koreans.
Korean.
What, he ate Korean?
Yeah.
Not a human Korean. He had a Korean cuisine dinner.
Alex, if I said to you I went and ate Korean, what food do you think I would have eaten?
Well, I thought you would have ate a person.
Bill, what if I said I had English? Wouldn't that mean that I ate a Brit?
That's right. I would have no idea what you meant.
Isn't Korean where they give you that little barbecue, like a barbecue in the middle of the table?
There you go. That's the one. That's what we can call it. And then there was another one which I looked up, which it seemed really nice. What was the name of it? Bulgogi.
Goni.
Yeah. Bulgogi. Yeah. Someone else put it up in the chat. Bulgogi. There it is.
It's like the high-end, well, it's not as high-end as a Wagyu beef. It's the Korean version of selecting the beef that's meant for Korean barbecue.
I had Korean in London. It's where they put like the little stove in the centre and they give you the food raw.
You cook it yourself.
Cook it yourself.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt, Alex. Bofara says Botox is very common. Now they give it to camels in camel shows.
I
Don't tell that to Paul.
and not only that, Bopharis, I saw a program where they do they judge camels by the lips. The sexier the lips, the more beautiful the camel is.
The what?
They
The
have camel beauty shows,
Okay.
and they judge a camel by the lushness of the lips. The lips, they judge a camel. That's why, when Bopharis said they give Botox to camels in camel shows, I remembered that program that I saw. They have camel beauty contests where they judge the camel by the lips. The beauty of the camel is in the lips. Now you work that one out. Now Bopharis is listening to us. He'd be able to tell us whether I'm telling whether I'm right or wrong.
How about the humps of the camel, Bopharis?
No, humps have got nothing to do. Nothing beats the lips.
Bill's trolling Bopharis.
Bopharis, there he is. He's answered. Yes, I'm right.
Poor camels. And we thought Botox was strictly reserved for human beings.
God, they could get into all sorts of fights in the camel shows, couldn't they? If you accuse someone of Botoxing the lips when they were natural.
Well, that's only if it's a detector. Do they put the camels through a drug test?
I don't think there's a test for Botox.
Yeah, you can. Because Botox by nature is actually what do you call it? It's a neurotoxin.
Wow, how sophisticated would that be? They'd have to run blood tests on fucking camels to work out if they've been...
Yes, because Botox is actually a toxin. Yeah. Yes, so it's a neurotoxin protein. And yeah, so I think certain animals actually have Botox, like this neurotoxin. So they extract it and they use it for aesthetics. Yeah. Causing what they would scientifically call it flaccid paralysis. And putting too much Botox causes botulism, which is like a toxin. You can consider like a toxin poisoning. Bopharis actually sent me an article. It says the title of the article is "Camels Enhanced with Botox Barred from Saudi Beauty Contest." Interesting. I think it's the same as show horses. I think they have that in the UK, don't they? Show horse, like a what is it? A beauty contest, or is it the one where the riders are riding on the horses and they hop over like obstacles?
I've just come across dozens of camels are barred from Saudi beauty contest over Botox. They've banned the camels.
That's good. It's like the Olympics, you know. You drug
Are you
test.
serious?
Yeah, that's cheating.
What do you mean shit? What, they actually banned the animals because someone decided to inject them with Botox?
Yep.
Yes, based on the article that Bopharis sent.
What are we doing injecting animals with Botox?
Well, they win a prize for having the most beautiful camel lips.
Alex, you're still looking for a buyer for your timepiece?
Am I still looking for a what? Sorry,
A buyer for your timepiece?
I'm not really advertising, to be honest. It's just here. You want to buy it?
I've got the extra cash. Bavaris, from watches to Botox to camels. Now that I notice that machine on your desk to the far right side of the wall, it's got a smiley face on it.
Yeah,
Is that your Starbucks machine?
that's my cleaning machine. Yeah.
Yeah, the one that goes. Tss, tss, tss.
No, that's my pressure. That's my pressure checker. That's this one.
Oh, you should put this. This video of you rapping, Alex. Your Perpetual-Time premium service rapping.
Wrapping service.
Yes, wrapping fully serviced pieces, box and papers, all in all. This is a quality assurance. Yeah. This was actually the same time frame that we used to be on, isn't it, Bill and Alex?
Roughly. Pretty much, yeah.
Is it, 1 a.m. in where you are?
It is 1 a.m.
And you're in Brisbane?
No, I'm in Melbourne.
Oh, Melbourne. Okay. That's a tight squeeze, Alex.
I know. We might have a problem here, guys.
Question from Thomas Burnett. Alex, have you much experience with stopwatches? Would you say you are the better ones out there? What's this? Lemania or Hoyer? Which would you say are the better ones out there? Lemania or Hoyer stopwatches?
Lemania, I would say. Very close, but I would say Lemania. So Lemania, I really liked Lemania. I worked on Lemania when I was doing my studying of watchmaking. Really good, cracking chronographs.
Did you manage to squeeze it in, Alex?
I squeezed it in. Tight. It was a tight fit, Y2K. It's been a while.
It's like squeezing in spandex.
Yeah.
Spandex nail.
Do you wear spandex, Y2K?
Sorry?
Do you wear spandex?
As in like the material?
Yeah.
No. Like, yeah.
I could imagine you in some spandex.
But I'm not a ballerina. Not a Russian ballet, male ballet dancing around.
Hey, look at
It's
this.
like, ooh, Sky Dweller.
Sky Valley, yeah. It's nice. Just been
It's a
polished.
blue color.
Yeah, it's the rare ones. Well, the overpriced ones.
I like the two-tone one.
They're nice as well.
The
They're all nice.
the gold and black one.
Yeah.
You know, I think every if it was I always the word every Rolex collector must have a Yachtmaster 2, and at least one Sky Dweller.
Sky Dwellers are nice. Very complicated. Well, I mean, great complication on the movement. Nice Tag Heuer as well.
Chronograph as well. Chronograph.
Yeah, it's Bill's favourite.
Show me. Oh, look, I like the look of them.
I bet there's guys that have timed themselves when they're on the job with a chronograph. I bet Jamie Oculus has done that.
Just the thought. Oh, God.
Just 1 minute, love. Got to start the chrono. Hold on.
Ready, set, go.
Let's go. We're ready.
Yeah, if you want to feel it, make her feel like she's
She's priority.
a hooker. Tell you what, just start the stopwatch on her.
We're not saying Jamie Oculus' missus is a hooker. No. Oh, Jamie wants to come on.
You just need to do the summoning language. The phrase, yes.
You ever been to a live comedy?
Sorry?
You ever been to a live comedy show?
Not for a long time, Alex. Not for a long time.
Whatever you do, don't sit at the front.
Because you'll be picked?
Oh my God, yeah. I sat at the front and it wasn't enjoyable. Let's just say that.
But that's the whole fun part of it, isn't it? When they look at you and they pick you and they say, "Oh, the man's got a beard," and they'll make a beard joke or something.
Oh no, they go worse than that. A lot worse than that. I was actually on a first date with this girl, and the comedians made out that they all knew me. And they said, "Oh, Alex, you're back again. Which one is this one you got now?"
He remembers you.
But it was the first time I ever went.
So how do you know your name?
Because he asked me, the first comedian asked my name, and then all the other comedians were listening backstage, waiting to go on. And then they just ripped into me. So, I'm not going to say what they said, but they then made out that I was just bringing all the women there that I was seeing. And, oh, Alex, what's this one's name, And I was like, oh, here we go.
Were you dressed in your typical black attire, black colored attire?
No.
because it wasn't my idea to sit at the front; it was her idea.
I reckon one of her exes might have been a comedian, Alex.
So there is a question from Bafaris about a timepiece. So the timepiece in question is called the Longines Master Collection Chronograph, 40 millimeters with a steel case, steel bezel, silver dial, and steel bracelet, in a mint condition. 20 links, mechanized by Longines caliber L687 with an automatic movement. It comes with a box manufacturing warranty card dating to June 2013 with a 12 months timepiece 360 warranty. So from Bafaris, what he's saying is that the in his currency, which is in dirhams, it's 12,700 dirhams. Right now, it's 7,500 dirhams. And let's see. So Bafaris wants to know what you think of this timepiece, Alex.
Which one is it? Sorry.
It's a Longines. Let me just put Longines Master Collection Chronograph, 40 millimeters with steel case, steel bezel, silver dial. Let me see if I can get you the model number. So
The only new Longines I've seen is really nice. Is it's like a green. I think it's a green dial one.
Green dial one. Okay.
I think it's green dial.
I have the model number. It's L2.673.4.78.6.
Let's have a look. Say that again.
Sorry?
Say that again.
L2.
Yeah.
.673.
Yeah.
.4.
Yeah.
.78.6. Longines. And the year is June 2030.
Oh, is it like the high complication?
Yes, it looks like it. It's yeah, I have a photo from Bafaris. Let me just see if
It's definitely 7750, isn't it? Inside there, complication, yeah. It's a great watch, though. It's high complication, and it's not expensive for all the complications you get. Yeah, that's a good price. That's a good price. 2,880. Yeah, that's a good price. We are still here, Chris.
so. Bafaris, if you're hearing, just let you know that Alex it's a good price. I think in dirhams. Let me just see. 12700. So let's do AED to GBP. Right. So the list price for the said watch that Bafaris is talking about, it's £2,935. Now it's offered at £1,733.
1,000. What, brand new?
Yes. No, the offered price, which was offered. Yes. Did you manage to pull up Chris Matter's Planet Ocean?
No, because I've not finished it yet. I made the mistake of showing him
Oops.
someone else's watch. That was my fault. No, I've not finished it just yet.
Always save the best for last. You do a live servicing for Chris Mehta.
The movement is already serviced, just the case and brace.
If Jamie's still online, just want to say thank you for the lovely Haribo candy. I'm enjoying it.
So what did you do with Jamie Opulence?
On his mini trip, his mini Asian tour.
Yeah.
So I promised him to take him to get the AD experience here. So we went to quite a bunch of ADs. We went to Patek-Philippe, which is his favorite brand. And he got to inquire about some, I can't remember, the few new pieces. And I guess the guys over in the Patek-Philippe were very fascinated by his world time. As you're aware, I think they have two versions of that. So the one that he has is I call it the European version, which has the is it like the islands for the European side? I call it the European version. So
What's called?
Sorry?
What's the watch called? Patek Philippe watch? What? Sorry.
Is it the world time? Yeah.
Oh, it's just called the World Time.
Yeah, I need to look at the politically correct name for it. Yes, so it's called the World Time. So the one that he has is the World Time. So I think there is another one that's going to come out, but it features a different region. Yeah. Hello, Bill. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Lux report feels like old times. Yes, very much so. I think Alex has just stepped up for a moment.
Sorry, I was just looking up a few things, but I was listening to your conversation.
Oh yeah. And we just to continue. After we saw the ADs, we also went to Roger Debris. What was the other one? We went to Lange as well to check out the is it what they call the renowned and vaunted Lange one. Is that what they call it? Yes, the Lange one. And then we got to see the Odysseus as well. Yeah, which was actually on its way to be sent out for the customer, or the customer was coming to pick it up. So we got to take a look at the Odysseus as well from Lange. Chris Mehta says, I went to see Alex at DW Robinson, but he was on a day off, and so we'll call him next time when he's in town.
Oh, okay.
We also got to see, after the ADs, I think the experience was really good. We found the Roger Debris lady to be very enthusiastic about her brand. Yeah. And we got to try on a few Roger Debris pieces, which was actually a very good experience because even I don't walk into a Roger Debris. But it was really nice to go in with a friend or with someone, who likes watches and everything, and actually got to get a feel of the mannerisms of the sales associates, as well as the way that they do their presentations and the way they treat us. Yeah, so it was a good experience. Yeah. After that, we went to check out some grey market shops nearby. It's quite interesting because some of them were selling Pateks as well. And the thing about it is, some of these grey market shops in the mall itself, they're linked. So they're family-owned businesses, and one can be selling watches, and the other one is selling like high-end watch boxes and watch winders, which I know watch winders is a particular favorite subject of yours, Alex.
Oh, definitely.
And the first watch, so-called, I call it the watch experience, we ended off at Watches of Switzerland, which is really fun because we got to see a lot of watches from the SA on that side, and he's a good friend, so we got to see all the nice pieces. And Dodger, we actually got to see what Dodger actually likes, because Dodger is inquiring about a Breitling. Yeah. Do you, Alex? Do you know about the Patek Philippe that has a salmon dial? Are you familiar with that one?
The Patek Philippe that has a salmon dial.
Yes.
Yes, I've seen that watch. Yeah.
Okay, I found it. It's called the Perpetual calendar with white gold. It's got a salmon dial. Yeah. So Dodger was asking us about a Breitling that also had a salmon dial as well. So we were looking. Jamie and I were checking out the piece on the Breitling side. Yeah. But I think the latest update we got from the Breitling AD is that people have actually started to fall in love with the salmon dial Breitling piece. Yeah. They call it the Vittora. You heard of that one, Alex?
I've seen the Breitling that's got that salmon dial. Are we talking about that?
So people tend to feel. Sorry?
I've seen that new Breitling that's got the salmon dial.
Yes. Yes. Okay, I found it already. It's called the Breitling Premier B25, the Tora 42. So Dodger was quite interested in this piece, so he was asking us to go and check it out at the Breitling AD. So Jamie and I went to do a little I would call it like an introduction and take a look at it. Yeah.
Is Dodger buying it or?
Dodger's very interested in the B25, the Tora 42.
Oh.
Because he asked us this question before, and the grey market or the second-hand market at that time, which is less than about a few weeks ago, was flooded with the Datora 42. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to confirm the current sales condition of these, like the frequency, or are we seeing a large quantity of these on the grey market? But they have gotten up in popularity and in sales itself. Yeah.
Right.
Because, well, of course, the AD at Breitling was saying that because obviously people do quite like the Patek Philippe Perpetual calendar, So they felt that this B25 Datora is actually something very similar to it. So they felt that, if they can't get Patek Philippe Perpetual calendar, why not go for this one instead? So that was a narrative. Yes.
Alex, where's Glenfield in the UK?
I haven't got a clue. Glenfield. Why'd you ask that?
So I'm looking up a boutique called the Limited Edition UK, and they're in Glenfield in the UK. If I give you an area code, would that help you?
Yeah.
LE3 8DG.
Is that Leicestershire? LE.
8DG.
Is that Leicestershire? Let's have a look. Have a look again. Let's see. What's the postcode?
The postcode is LE3 8DG.
A for Alpha, DG.
8. The number 8.
Yeah.
D for dog, G for George.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that is, yeah, Leicestershire. Yeah, Leicestershire, yeah. Yep. Yeah.
So where's that?
It's down south, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's sort of between where you are in London,
Yeah, that's down south for sure.
sort of Birmingham. Okay.
For a moment there, I thought Alex was a postmaster.
Oh, look, it's because I send out so many watches, I get used to the postcodes.
Wow. It's some real life experience there, Alex.
I'm like a taxi driver. Where do you want to go, mate? Yeah, I know that way. I'll take you the longest way, it's the shortest way.
I got in a cab in Greece, and the taxi driver said that. He goes,
Yeah.
"I don't know where it is, but don't worry, we'll find it."
Yeah, he doesn't know where it is. He knows where it is.
Yeah, he said, "I don't know where that is, but don't worry, we'll find it."
So
Yeah.
did he take out his phone and put in the GPS?
I said to him, "Take me back, drop me off." What do you mean we're going to find it?
Yeah,
we can be running around in circles for 3 months. Trying to find it. What do you mean we're going to find it? What does that mean?
Is it a private hire like an Uber, or is it like a proper taxi?
No, it was a taxi. Oh, many years ago.
Look, if they know that you're foreign, they just get as much money out of you as possible. Come on.
Oh, he didn't know I was foreign. Oh, I cracked the shits with him. He took me back and dropped me off where he picked me up. Oh, I couldn't believe it.
I had a driver who fell asleep on the wheel, so I had to grab his steering wheel.
Lucky you were in the passenger seat. If you were
Yeah.
sitting behind him.
Yeah, and then he said, "Right, that's 25 quid." I said, "I'm not paying you nothing." I said, "Get back in your car and drive home. I'm not paying you anything." And he did.
But I think he took a good look at you, Alex, and decided it's not worth it.
I wasn't paying him anything. He always killed me.
You mean like he was driving like a lunatic
No, he fell asleep.
He fell asleep.
at the wheel?
Yeah, he fell asleep on the wheel. Two of my uncles did that, and they woke up with broken legs.
Nice idea from Bufaris. Lux, maybe you can do a review on Protect Philippe versus Breitling Salmon Dial. Very nice. And forward it to Dodger. Yeah, when you're done, Lux, forward it to Dodger. And I think he'll be interested to hear about your views on it as well. It'd be quite intimidating to get into a taxi, I must say, if the taxi driver was driving like a lunatic.
Oh, it'd be more worrying that he's done a very long shift and he's very tired.
Look, I got a taxi when I first arrived in Italy, and I thought 5 years were taken off my life. I couldn't believe the way they drive. Honestly, I thought I was going to die.
They use the horn for different reasons in Italy than they do in London, don't they? In England.
They do. Vaffanculo!
There was a body language study, and they said that the Italians in the study, the Italians use their hands in terms of communications more than anybody else, anybody of other nationalities in the world to communicate.
I'm not having that. You know where they learnt it from, don't you? Tell him, Bill.
So I need to he knows. We don't need to tell him.
Come on, Y2K. He's gone quiet, Y2K.
I'm still here.
Y2K, are you in Singapore, close to it?
Sorry, I'm in Singapore. I'm close to it, but I don't quite follow.
Well, you're in Singapore, yeah?
Yes.
So if I recommended a couple of boutiques, you'd be able to get there? Or you would know them?
It depends.
All right.
You mean like watch boutiques? Or
yeah, watch boutiques. Red Army Watches. Do you know that one?
Red Army Watches? Interesting. I need to look that up.
They are in North Wing, Singapore.
I've located them. They are in about this. Let's see. Interesting. I'm just looking for where their shop is. Hang on.
It says 472.
So they are. I've got it. Northbridge Road. It's a mall. It's been a while since I've been to that mall, actually.
Okay,
Red
and
Army
the other
Watches.
one, the other one is called Red Army Watches, and they are number 2 Orchard Turn, Singapore.
Yep, I got it. Yeah, so it seems the shop that you're inquiring about, they call it RAW Raw, and the one in Northbridge, it's a 7 Friday space. They specialize in selling these few brands. So Baltic, Delma, Erica's Originals, and some other. They do sell Grand Seiko's. Interesting. And Laco, which is almost a brand that's almost obsolete. Yeah. And Mido. Yeah. Do you have anything you're interested in looking at there, Bill?
I can't find the watches.
Is there a brand that you are curious about?
Because I looked up. That one doesn't have it, but what about the other one, the Red Army?
I'm at the Red Army website now, actually. So they do carry a large, very, very large collection of brands. So is there any one that you are interested in looking at?
Yeah, I was looking at the Haraj website, and it said Haraj dealers, United Kingdom, which is the limited edition UK, which is the one I asked Alex about.
Right.
And there's 2 shops in Singapore.
The Horage, yes, Horage.
Yeah, here I'll put the link retailers in the chat. You can click on it and you'll see the addresses. Yes, this Jerez, it's called the Red Army here. Called the Red Army Watches.
Retailers, all right. Watch Wonderland. So, okay, interesting. Because it seems that your brand is carried by Watch Wonderland. And that is number 3, Temasek Boulevard. I think that's in Suntec City Mall. And the Red Army watches, I've seen it. I mean, I think I know which shop it is. And they do specialize in very, I would call it a bit niche brands. Niche and probably like brands that we don't often see. Yeah.
Well, could you look? You don't have to. There's no rush. Could you go in and inquire about the one I just showed you and see if they've got it? Try it on and let me know what you think.
Sure. And so the one that you're interested in is the K. Hang on, let me just find it. K21. Is that right? Did I get the numbers?
It's just K2.
K2. Interesting. That's it? K2? That one?
Yeah, it's called the Super Seed. I think it says it's Super Seed. They may not have one at the moment, but
I'll let you know what I find. I will give you the details of everything.
interesting to see what they say. If they do, if and when they get one in.
As well as the warranty information and servicing details.
Yeah, that's right. Because that's what I was looking up. I was looking up if I got one shipped out here, how would I get it serviced? Do I have to send it back to Switzerland? That's a long way to send it back. And that's the other thing I was going to ask Alex. I looked at their servicing, right?
Yeah.
They charge, this is what they're going to charge, obviously just the service. The parts would be extra, I imagine. They charge, let me find it, for the K2 micro rotor, 450 Swiss francs to get it serviced.
So that's 450 Swiss francs. So that in sterling is 450 CH in GDP. Wow, 396 quid. Is that including the polish and the case and bracelet?
This is what they do. Disassemble.
Yeah.
Movement and parts cleaning. Replace retrofit. Worn parts movements. Movement reassemble. Complete movement reassemble. Lubrication. Adjust accuracy to 6 positions. Atomic watch synchronization with the cyclone test.
Yeah, that's auto test on a cyclone is the machine.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a
full power reserve testing over 3-day period.
Yeah.
Case and bracelet cleaning. Full cleaning of case and bracelet prior to reassembly.
Clean or polish?
It says full cleaning of case and bracelet prior to reassembly.
Full cleaning.
We have no idea. So they didn't state whether they would be polishing or not.
Right, okay.
Water resistant testing.
Yeah.
Replace gaskets and so on.
Yeah.
Final quality control, packaging, shipping.
What complications is on that movement?
The ones I told you.
Which is power reserve, isn't it?
Power reserve, dual time, and date.
and they're charging only $396. Wow, it's cheap. It's cheap.
So, what are the doubts you're facing with Bill? Is there any doubts? in
No,
terms of this brand?
I don't have any doubts. I'm just looking at it. It's a new release. It's a new model. There's not much information about it apart from what's on their website. I'm just curious. I'm just asking questions. If you don't ask, you never find out.
Yes, indeed.
And, you know, the other thing is buying something over online, no matter how they tell you to describe it, like you said, you know, unless you actually put the thing on your wrist, you have no idea. It's good to get a feel for the watch.
I'll quiz them about the materials as well. I'll quiz them about the materials as well and look into the. I'll have to check. I often do a little like gray market like check to see how they do in the gray market field here.
Well, you wouldn't find any because it's just being released.
Hard to tell. The people here, we people here tend to get very hyped up on the new fads, and sometimes it can be flipped rather quickly. So it'd be interesting to know whether this has actually been surfaced or not. Yeah.
Well, it hasn't because I don't think they've shipped any out, but they may have. But this company has produced other watches, other types of watches, so those might be on the grey market. Because if you go to their website, excuse me, it's getting late.
No problem.
If you go to their website, you can check and see their the other types of watches that they've released. They've released a Tourbillon watch, which I don't think they sell anymore, but they released one of those. They released a variety of different watches. It's not just this is just their new, one of the new models that they're bringing out.
The K2 micro rotor. Okay.
Yeah, but if you go to their website, you'll see other watches. If you click on the side and go to timepieces.
Timepieces, yeah.
You've got a list of. They've got Biathlon, Omnium Generation 2, Solar Wind, Omnium, Hour to Arc, Multiply. They've got an array. So all of those could be, they're all previous models.
Actually, you're right about one thing. I wouldn't dare call this brand a micro brand, but I think I will tell you what I see about it that day when I go down, and I will let you know how I see this. In a way, I want to see how they market and sell this brand as well. The sales associates, and see how the way they promote will tell.
Yeah.
It will give me a lot of information about how this brand is being sold as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look, they're not a micro brand, but they're certainly not, part of the establishment either, are they?
How much is your K2?
Well, it's not a fixed price. That's the problem.
It's not okay. All right.
Well, if you go to the actual watch itself, and somewhere down you scroll down. For example, if you ordered one in November 2021, They'll be shipping it out in December 2022, so a year later, at a cost of 4,500 Swiss francs. If you ordered one in April, if you ordered one in April, where they had another release, they were charging 4,900 Swiss francs. And the latest one, which was August the 16th to the 19th, it's just passed, they were charging 5,500 Swiss francs. And if you order one in October, which is coming up, they're charging 5,900 Swiss francs. So there's no, I don't know what the price will be in the boutique when they finally get to boutiques.
I see.
But there are other watches that they've released that I'm sure are in these boutiques. If these are the official service centers for their for this company, they would probably sell their watches as well. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I'll check on the pricing and see what the pricing has been shifting over time. Yeah. I'll see what the shifts are like.
Yeah, so they if you just ask them, they might say, "Oh, this watch we're not getting one in until I don't know December." In which case, you'll know that in December, they might give you a phone call and say, "Look, we've got some of these watches in. Would you like to come and have a look?" Don't know. Anyway, just curious. I'm just.
I'll get some snapshots for you as well.
Oh, that'd be good. Hey, Alex.
Yes.
Sard reckons that his watchmaker uses ghee as lubricant.
Uses gears. Jesus.
And he's also promised Diz Jerez a watch box. He hasn't made one yet, but he's promised him one.
Oh, is that from Mike the Snake?
No, Sard.
The Sard.
He promised I think Sard's making watch boxes now.
Oh no, it's the joke, isn't it, that they're doing regarding Mike the Snake?
Okay.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's a joke.
Watch caller says he must be Greek. Watch caller, are you Greek? Sard is Snake's global watch distributor.
Actually, speaking of watch boxes, the shop that Jamie and I went to, the watch box shop is actually a family-owned business, and just next door, they were having a grey market shop, and they were starting to sell industrial-grade watch safes, the size of a mini refrigerator, to a full size, almost like a fridge. Yeah.
Nice and conspicuous.
You can only put. I heard you can only put it on the ground floor. It's recommended to be on the ground floor.
Oh,
I'm
is
not
that
sure
heavy?
what. I think it's the size. Something to do with the weight, maybe. I think. Sorry,
Hey,
Alexa. What was that?
No, I was going to ask which color, what part of Greece he's from. He's definitely Greek now.
Watch Cholo is Greek. He's Elinas, isn't he? He's
What's Cholo is not Cholo, not Colo.
oh God.
You know those. Do you have a Renault Koleos in England, Alex?
Well, Renault Golos.
No,
I think we do.
it's called Koleos.
Kolos, but it sounds like Golos.
That's right. You just take the E out and it's Kolos. I'm thinking of buying that car and taking the E off the back.
But why don't you also wear the Patek Philippe Galos Travas as well?
Yeah. That's
Golos in the Golos Sure.
that's right.
Dotting Luxiport. Check out the Dotling Guardian portable watch safe. Portable? That's not very reassuring.
Yeah, that's for the thieves to walk off with.
Just carry it off. It's like saying all hotel safes are very safe. See, like I think it's almost the size of a hotel safe. Because drinks plus. Watch Cholo says, father from small village close to Mount Olympus, mother from island of Ivea. I will be flying to visit them on Sunday after 3 years of perpetual lockdowns. Very excited.
Sounds lovely. Olympus and yeah.
Bufaris is asking, has his chat been blocked?
Heavy. No, not at all.
So Watch Kolos is in England, I gather. Is that right, Alan?
What's that? Sorry.
Watch Kolos is from England.
Watch Cholo, you know, he lives in. Does he live in Germany? But his parents are Greek.
Oh, he's in Germany. Yeah.
I think he's in Germany. I think he speaks German, Greek, and English.
Okay.
Austria, sorry.
Are you counting the pounds, Alex?
Yeah.
I can hear the sound of the pounds. There's a very distinctive sound.
Paying the bills. Paying the bills. Austria is supposed to be a beautiful place, you know.
What do you know?
I think he's going to come home with an Australian missus. What do you think, Bill? Do
Who's that?
you think what Cholo is going to bring a nice Australian Yanega to his parents?
Watch Chunga.
Yeah, what's
Watch-
Cholo?
Chula.
Cholo.
An Austrian girl?
Yeah.
Probably. Why not? They're Greek as well, you know.
What's Cholo, according to this? Is it? No, Sad. What's Cholo's previous name was Meatballs, Majestic Meatball. Golden
That's right.
Majestic Meatball. Okay. I remember. Isn't Cholo like a Spanish word?
Cholo. Yeah, I'm sure it is, yeah.
So is it referred to as an expression? I think Cholo was like, I can't remember already. Yes, I remember Golden Majestic Meatball and the him showing the backdrop last time, the beautiful backdrop of Austria.
Should we go and visit him, Bill? What do you think? Go and spend some time in Austria?
Austria, yeah. We can do the downhill skiing. They get the tin cans. Tung, 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 tung.
On the Alps.
It's an expensive place to live.
It's almost like the Swiss standard of living, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean it's quite interesting politics there. Political views are interesting.
Yes, I thought so. Cholo was supposed to refer to someone who's very gangster. It's a very Mexican, yes, Mexican street gangster. Yes, I think if you're into all the whole Mexican thing, they used to have this phrase. They call it "Narcos Corridos." Is it Narcos Corridos? It's like it's like a song that was sang about drugs and crime in Mexico. Narcos Corrido or something like that. Yeah. Quiz matter. Cholo, derogatory noun. Okay, certain parts. A men of indigenous or partly indigenous ancestry.
And here I am going to. They'd be calling themselves Cholo, and I'd be saying, yeah, Cholo.
Ian Nicholson. Two great things of Swiss, mate. Watches and chocolate. Let's not forget the lovely Alps that they have. The views in Switzerland are amazing.
Oh, they have other industries as well, the Swiss, don't worry.
Oh yeah, got some interesting industries.
Alex, I shall call it an evening because I have to work tomorrow. So I hope to see you and Bill and everyone in the chats. This sure is this. What's Cholo, Ian, Chris Mather, Saad, Bufaris.
Yeah, we got up to we got up to 15 people at one stage, Alex.
Yeah, that's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got a good audience.
That's good.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm going to hit the sack as well. So
Okay.
Yeah, I want to show
Thank
off
you,
as well.
Alex.
Yeah, I'm
Take
going to
care,
show off.
Alex. Bill.
take care, everyone.
Yeah, see you later, guys. Later.
Bye. Bye.
All the best, guys. Take care.
Bye-bye.